ty widziałeś stąd telefon?
Please take your seat. We have a special guest for our first ceremonial move today. Adam Mokrysz, CEO Commentators, and Maciej Stachura, Vice President of the City Katowice. I wish you good luck.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 10 of the European Individual Chess Championship here in Katowice, Poland. Today I am joined once again by woman grandmaster KETI TSATSALASHVILI. Welcome, KETI.
Hello, ANNA-MAJA. Greetings everyone from sunny Poland. Today we have a fantastic day outside. I saw some of the players had the morning walk or right before the lunch, so everybody really enjoys the sunny weather here. But at around 3 p.m. the sun goes slowly down, so it's a very good time now to start to play chess and enjoy the game. We had a free day yesterday, so much needed for everybody, from the players, for ourselves too. And in the playing venue, we had a very important football match. I was there. It was so good. It was so good. A lot of goals, 3-2.
Oh,
so
wow.
Local team, Katowice team, won it. So you can imagine how crazy defense went and how excited everybody was. We had several chess players, actually some of the top players also at the football match. They enjoyed. It was so nice to have this free day, just to refresh. What about you? How did you spend?
Yeah, I had a well-needed rest. I just stayed in my room for like half of the day, and the other half I spent going to the shopping mall. I just went to the center. I just wanted to find a supermarket, and I found this super central place at the train station. You have this big mall, and I was so surprised to see everything in one place. It was perfect, and that's where I actually bought this sweater, this cardigan.
I saw.
So it was a success.
Yeah, that's really good. It suits you so well.
Thank you.
So everybody had a really good day, and Abasov, David, Anton, those are two co-leaders sharing the first place with 7.5 points. I think when you are leading the tournament, this is so good for them to have a day off, to prepare, to rest a little bit, to gather all the energies. So can't wait to see these two players. They're facing each other. Anton with white pieces against Nijat Abasov. We had first ceremonial move done by the CEO of Mokate and Lloyd, Mr. Adam Mokrish. It's so good that we always have this power of the coffee and the tea. The players have unlimited access to that, as well as us. And the second person who was also accompanying this, we saw that, was Deputy Mayor of Katowice city, together with the local organizer, Lukasz Turli. So it's so nice to... Aren't they here?
I think so, yeah. You're listening to Keti introduce them.
While I'm introducing them, they just walked here in our studio, which is actually so beautiful studio. And a lot of space around. Like usually we have very small room and like not very spacious, but here we have a lot of space for even for sofa, for bigger screen, and of course everybody wants to see how it's happening, how many cameras are around, and yeah, often we have the guests over here.
Yeah, before the round started and before you were here, I was sitting here. I just got here and there was one of the organizers had their family with them here in the studio and they were taking pictures. It was so amazing. Both parents sat here, then the kids as well. It was so adorable.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. So good, like yesterday when the football match was at the stadium, of course, thousands and thousands of people came here, and we could see from the VIP lounge the playing venue. It was so dark and so empty, no one inside, but a lot of chessboards. But now we're back, full of life, full of energy, and final rounds are so important. We're gonna know who are the winners of the tournament. We're gonna crown the champion. We're gonna have also qualifiers. A lot of people will qualify to the World Cup, which is such an important tournament. We have prize fund, quite nice prize fund. And also another very important topic is the norms.
Yes.
We have so many people trying to achieve the norms, and this tournament is indeed the best place to get your norms.
Yeah, some players already achieved a norm over 9 rounds. We will later get a confirmation from the arbiters to confirm who has gotten a norm already and who is still fighting for a norm, as there's all sorts of rules attached to norms and we need to make sure that those rules are okay and that it's no problem.
Yeah, indeed. Let's get the chessboard on the screen. We were just looking around to the playing venue. We saw David Navara on one of the participants, as well as Kovalenko. And while I was looking at that, I was looking also on you on the screen. And I think I know this. I like this. This top of yours as well. And I think I know where you got it. I was just thinking about that. On the screen now, we do have David Anton, a Spanish grandmaster, classic chess player. Like when I think about some of these classic chess players, I would just imagine David Anton being one of those people, you know, from the books. Like this is how like he plays, how he looks.
Such a classic player, yes.
Yes. So we can see Nijat Abasov, he's walking with black pieces. He has really nice tournament. He's a player who qualified to the candidates tournament in Toronto, and there was a huge surprise for many. But you know, when you play in your own country, your hometown, that was the Tournament World Cup in Baku, you kind of have extra support, you know?
Yeah, it helps,
from
certainly.
Your friends, family, fans as well, everyone supports you. And for the sports person, support is such an important thing, you know? You want to do more for your fans and supporters. Another important thing is that when you're playing on your territory, let's say so, especially long tournaments, you don't have homesick situation or you don't miss food. You know, you have a little bit more advantage as well.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the games. We do have a lot of high-ranked chess personalities coming for the final days, as today was also the Blitz tournament, and will be more activities. And tomorrow will be the final round and the closing ceremony.
Yes.
Yes, so this tournament came to the very end, and yeah, can't wait to see who will be the winner of the tournament. They have already played 5 moves, and now we can see that David Anton is taking his time. So let's start from the very beginning. They played d4, d5, and so far it is Queen's Gambit declined. Transposes to kind of Slav setup from Black, and after knight to d7, now White is thinking what should be the follow up here in this position. I used to play myself bishop d3 here with the idea that after, let's say, bishop d6, castle, you push e4, and this variation goes all the way to here. Now it looks like White has more space, very active pieces, but in reality there is not too much here to play. Black can play here h6 to control g5 square, not to allow this bishop to come. If Black makes an accuracy, one of my opponents here actually played, I think, knight f6. That actually allows, in many variations, knight bishop to g5. Then White is really happy there to have this pair of bishop. But after h6, even though it looks a little bit awkward because of this bishop is locked here, Black has several ideas, either to push c5 or to push e5 and give this bishop the chance to play into the game, and this can be pretty equal no matter how good it actually looks like for White. So if Abasov wants to make a draw, he can easily make a draw here in this setup.
Yeah.
Another idea here after bishop d3 is to take here, as the bishop has already developed, and now to play b5. We call this Meran, and the point is that this bishop will be developed on b7. One way or another, there are many moves. b4, for instance, there's also a6, a lot of theory, but let's say bishop goes here, and Black's initial idea is to play a6 to support b5, and then to play c5.
Exactly.
And you have solved the problem of the light square bishop, and in fact it's quite active, and you also solved the problem of the center. You can control center, and Black has no worries whatsoever. I have the worst experience in this setup when I was playing for the title. I lost actually with White. So yeah, I found it quite unpleasant to have this kind of setup. So White was thinking to play bishop d3 or not. I think he decided to
Bishop
play
e2.
Bishop e2, yeah. Makes sense, because like after taking here, you still keep the options. You don't have to take back right away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Abasov made the move.
Bishop
already.
d6, I believe.
Yeah, bishop d6.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because now in this setup, which we saw as a first line, there's no e4 in the end. So now White has to think about something else.
Yeah. I guess you can still play queen c2 to try to prepare e4.
Oh, queen c2.
Yeah.
To play, yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, instead of the bishop on the diagonal, you put the queen on diagonal, you prepare to move e4. And yeah, Black can play various ways here, but the idea of d takes c4, it can still be played, but it's not as ideal as with the bishop on d3, because that forces the capture. And then in this situation, it's a completely different position. So.
Complete. You know, I have recently seen some variations with b3 bishop to b2. Not necessarily right now, because we might just give too much game to Black to bring all those pieces and attack on knight on c3. But let's say even after castle, b3 bishop to b2. I have seen these positions, but then it's so hard to see the follow-up afterwards, because you don't control e5 square for the knight. So yeah, maybe now it's time to play queen here on c2. Let's say castle. You also castle, and if Black managed to push e5, maybe queen e7, e5, or rook e8, e5. that's possibility. There's also b6 move and bishop to b7. And we have here first castle. I think it pretty much transposes to one in another, like castle, castle, and probably now queen c2.
Yeah, that
Or
would
b3.
make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very passive setup with white because the bishop, the dark colored bishop, is out of this pawn chain. It's only on c1. Oftentimes it's developed to f4 or g5. So white is opting for this passive setup, and I usually like it more with black because, with the bishop out, it feels like it's threatening more. It's more active. So I would be very happy here with black. But of course, it can go anywhere. Still, it's the beginning of the game, and it's a very safe variation. So both players are playing it safe. And I'm curious to see how this game will develop. We've seen Anton play amazingly this tournament. His style is really playing solid chess and then slowly build up the advantage. And Abasov has also had a really good tournament so far, but he did get away with some things here and there. He had this game earlier that he won that he was not supposed to win. It was a complete draw, but his opponent made a fatal mistake at the end. And these kind of things happen. And now it's these two players, the leaders of the tournament, that are facing each other. And with the World Cup qualifications on the line, a loss here is quite heavy. You cannot afford that.
ANNA-MAJA, you know what? I'm now looking at the score sheet of the players, and I found very interesting point that top 7 players have not lost their games at all.
Wow.
Nijat Abasov, he has made few draws.
Yeah, 3 draws in a row.
Yeah, he has won 3 games in the end. He started to win 3 out of 3. Then he made 3 draws in a row, and then he won 3 after 3. So according to this pace what he is doing, he might do now draws, and it will be anyway enough to qualify, but he can still try his best to win the title. Then we have Anton. Then he won, draw, 2-1, then draw again, and then 3 wins in a row. And the previous round he made a draw. Same goes with the remaining players too. Edis Gurel, he has not lost the game. Iden Suleymanli, he has not lost the game. Nikita Meshkovs, he has not lost any game.
Wow.
Just looks like my average tournament, like I'm never losing under 9 rounds. Maxime Lagarde, we know that he's quite smart when he's offering draws in the
he
necessary
definitely got away
positions.
with a lot of games.
And then it comes down to Martirosyan, also a very solid chess player who has not lost, and Nicolosi Kacharava is the first playing among the leaders who have lost their games. But when I'm now looking to the players, also Valerie Kozakovsky and Dudin Kleb, they also have not lost any single game.
Wow, that's so impressive. Yeah, these players are so good at making draws instead of losing their games. They know when to offer draws. They're very handy with these in these situations. And some players, they have gotten quite lucky in their games, surviving in a game where they were supposed to lose, making a draw, or winning games that they shouldn't have won. But they also have played very good games, and that's why they deserve to be in the top of the tournament.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the other boards now and check it out how our players, solid players who are not cracking, they are doing today. So this is our second board. Here we have Valerie Kozakovsky against Iden Suleymanli. Here we have Bishop F4. This is interesting. The London,
the beloved London system.
I think most of the people in general loves London. Yeah. And they pretend
Depends
they
who you
don't.
ask.
Yeah. Okay, we ask our now. Are you the one who hates London, or are you the one who loves London? So I understood that the players who are playing London, they love.
Yes.
And I understood that whoever plays with black pieces, they hate to face London.
Yes,
You know, so
true.
it makes it as well like they
Balance.
they favor London too. So let's see what was the setup here. White hasn't gone with c3 or knight c3, which is Jabava London.
Yeah.
So knight to d2, and black has delayed d5. For the moment, as well as white has delayed to push the pawn. So h6 is a little waiting move here. White goes with h4. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. To play h4 after thinking for some time. Let me check. So here white had 1 hour 27 minutes, and then he thought for not so little.
Okay.
And he thought that, okay, I would like to play h4 anyways.
Yeah, h6 is an unusual move. It has only been played 25 times, whereas the main move d5, it's transposing to the main variation, which was played many more times.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why he was a bit surprised, taken aback by this move. And yeah, h4 has only been played once in the Masters database.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it's already unknown territory.
And h4 was the move that white played?
Yes, it was only
Okay.
played once. There were other moves played, but it seems to be the case that h4 is a little unusual. Perhaps was he afraid of the move g5?
Yeah. You know, we can just check, like, if I continue to play this move, was there g5?
It's okay, but it's
Bishop
such a
goes.
strange position.
g4 is not good. Because, yeah. Let's say if black takes here. Wait, what? There's knight g6.
Wow.
What is this move?
We're learning some heavy prep here.
Oh my goodness, it's so crazy.
Knight c4.
It's +4. Bishop d6 is a threat, and you cannot do anything here with black.
Wow.
Knight is also hanging. And even if you play knight b5, there is a checkmate. Shall we do
Queen
this?
d6,
Yes. Shall we
yes.
do this in a style?
Okay, we solved this line.
Wow.
Maybe this is why people like the London so much.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, look at this. I've never seen this kind of ideas.
I'm saving this.
Yeah.
I'm playing
Save-
h4.
Save it. Wow, such a nice trick. Of course, here black has to move the rook away, but it still gives white very good game, right? Just bishop is locked, knight is not protected, and this is happening only for just one pawn.
Yeah. I guess this is why you don't want to push the kingside pawns too quickly with black, because this is what happens. You have no development, and then all of a sudden your king is exposed and you get checkmated. So yeah, this is why you want to be careful, and which is why h6 here is a bit unusual. It's an interesting move. He must have been preparing g5, but maybe he was also thinking about the move knight h5, because then there's no bishop
yeah.
g5.
Yeah, because like to be honest, I was not really convinced with this g5
Yes,
idea.
exactly.
Like, okay, it's not really. So knight h5 is the real deal here for.
Yeah, because the bishop has no safe squares left, and it will be captured by the knight.
Yeah, and here there's not much that white can count on the king side, because black has not castled yet anyway. Okay, so that's why h4 has been played, not h3. h3 would also just give the square for the bishop. But okay, now as I'm thinking more and more, and that's why Kazakowski probably saw this as a surprise. He took some time, and maybe he just anyway wants to push g4 somewhere and start to attack on the king
Oh,
side.
I would love to see that.
Yeah. Maybe like when you play moves like h4, you don't really plan to castle on the king side.
Yeah.
And we have Suleymanli with his mysterious t-shirt. I don't know what's happening on the prints, but it looks like a storm in the ocean or something
Yeah,
like
I
that.
like it.
Yeah, I like it too.
Yeah, earlier he had a Formula One T-shirt.
Yeah, with a lot of sponsors,
Yes.
big names.
Yeah. Aloise figured out that's a Formula One T-shirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we're so far from that, yeah? We had no
I
idea.
had no idea.
Okay. Okay. Let us know, guys, if you know what is happening on his. So he really likes these stylish things, yeah, to wear it.
Sportsy.
Yeah, to have his statement when he's wearing some outfit. That's pretty awesome. Let's go next board and check it out how this girl is doing against Dudin a club of Hungary. They are actually taking slow, right? It's only 4 moves.
True.
And they're thinking it is Sicilian. And here we have, in the end, e5 move. I believe this is not the main move here, but black just wants to block this pawn getting forward and also this pawn getting forward too. But it kind of gives up control over d5 pawn. So if white just goes somewhere like d3, bishop to g5 to pin this knight, then white will have such a perfect square on d5. So in my opinion, after d3, black has to fight for this square, either to play h6 to control g5 square or to play d5 right away. And we have to also take a moment to see what's happening after bishop takes here and if white decides to take the pawn on e5. There's this move queen d4 to attack here and here. What else? There's also this move with the same idea. Shall we do something fancy and then to play queen d4?
Yeah.
It's a lot of ideas. Those 2 knights are hanging. Queen e2, queen takes, f4 is possible, queen e6 or queen e6 f5. Yeah. Oh,
It
this
looks
is
like
not
some
good.
variation from e4, e5
Yeah.
openings. Yeah,
Yeah.
very familiar.
Transposes,
Yeah,
from
something like
Sicilian,
that. Yeah, maybe the pawn on c5 is extra, but it looks very similar.
Yeah, but it means that if you play Sicilian and if you're not e5 player, which I don't believe that Gurel probably he has several
Yeah, he has
main
played
openings.
Sicilian before. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're a Sicilian player, you don't want to be in e5 because you
It's
don't.
a different
yeah,
position
it's totally
altogether.
different.
Yes. Yeah, interesting choices by both players. Seems that both are surprised. So we're excited to see how this game develops. On the screen, we see Nicolosi Kacharava against Haik Martirosyan. So this is a very exciting pairing because Nicolosi has been playing so good this tournament. And it's so nice to see him perform so well. And to face a player against Haik, he's a strong player. And yeah, I'm curious to see what happens here. Oh, the Berlin.
Yeah, so let's just very quick run to the game because we can also see who was thinking most of the time. So Kacharava was actually just blitzing out. Martirosyan was a little bit careful. It's not that he was thinking, but he was just a little bit careful. And here we have this position, which is in most of the games ending in a draw, but it can have some character and that things can go wrong.
Yeah, there's like a lot of subtleties to this, and it might take a long time until one side gets an advantage. But typically, this is, I think black is initiating a draw here. They're very happy to have a draw, and white sort of has to accept that this is possible. You'd rather not enter this, but if your opponent really goes for this, then, well, you have to accept this. But yeah, the main idea here is that white has this pawn majority on the king side, and that might be a long-term advantage because white is not up a pawn, but it looks like it because black's pawns are doubled on the queen side, and they're not really able to do so much. So if the game prolongs, white can slowly increase their advantage, and then they will be able to extend on the king side at some point.
Yeah, I was always wondering why black is going to the position where they have double pawns and they have lost the right to castle, king is in the center. I never understood this. But then you see top players just going again and again to this variation. So yeah, must be solid if you know how to solve the
I guess
issues.
it's very tricky because black has a pair of bishops and it looks like white should be having advantage here, white should be better because of the reasons you mentioned. But when you actually plays out with white, you have to be careful to not make random moves because then you allow black to have some play and yeah, the bishops can get really dangerous. So that's why it's such a tricky situation. You have to be really careful. Once a long time ago when I faced this for the first time, I was so surprised that my opponent went for this. And then also I was surprised how difficult it actually is to play with white because it looks such a nice position. You have this nice pawn on e5, you have this pawn majority on the king side, but you can actually not really make progress that easily. So at some point I was getting under some pressure and it turned out to be very difficult to play this position. So yeah, it's not so easy for both sides. White played the move g3 here, which is, yeah, interesting choice. He probably wants to prepare h4. Yeah, interesting. It does feel like it's weakening a bit.
Yeah, light squares and the bishop is kind of stacked, but yeah, Martirosyan is also such a experienced player and a strong player. For sure, he has a very deep thought about this position. I was thinking maybe he wants to kick the knight away. And he wants to do something like h3, g4 at some point. If you do h3 right away, then can be h4. And you are kind of stuck here. And you cannot push because it will be en passant and you will have the pawn on h3. So maybe slowly he will do something like king here, pawn here, and at some point just get rid of the centralized knight, because this knight is the only piece that is in the center for the moment. Or can, as you mentioned, to play h4 to get this g5 square for the knight, or even bishop g5 to trade the pair of bishops, so there will be no any more disadvantage. Yeah, we'll see how this game gonna go. Let's now jump to the next game, also the leaders game, and I love this position. Look at this situation, like it looks like a Fischer random, this king and
it's
the
like
rook
white
in
tried to castle but forgot to move the rook. This is so funny. Wow, how did the king end up there?
Yeah, it's so interesting. Let's take a look how we reached. It was English variation. And black played e4, now pawn is hanging, white took this pawn, and...
wow. I have never seen this.
I've never seen. Is it a line?
It has been played before, yes. H4 is still H4.
There are also some big names, right?
Yeah, Ding Liren has played this, Aronia, Pragrananda, Bluebaum.
Talking about Bluebaum, I think it is his birthday today.
Yeah, that's correct. Happy birthday to Matthias Bluebaum.
Yeah.
Previous winner of the European Individual Championship twice.
Yeah.
And he just finished the candidates. He finished playing there, which was very exciting to follow along as well.
And he was not able to win third time in a row because he was at the candidate.
Yes.
It's
Otherwise
unfair
he would have
to
played
him.
here.
Yeah, it is unfair to him to have two tournaments at the same time. And we also have some personalities that we know in the chess world who are having the birthday. For instance, Daniel Dubov has also the birthday today. We do have William Watson. I think he's actually playing at this tournament. And we have Grandmaster Athanasios Mastrovasilis.
He is playing Athanasius.
Yeah, in this tournament, right? And there are like two brothers, Grandmaster brothers, Mastrovasilis from Greece.
I see Dimitrios. Okay.
Dimitrios, yes.
Right.
Yes, maybe it is Dimitrios who plays here. And,
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And Athanasius is at home, probably celebrating his birthday. So happy birthday, everyone who celebrates the birthday. Let's now see what has happened. It seems like this has been a heavy theory. We can just move Few more moves here. Queen went all the way to g6 to annoy this pawn here. So now white's bishop has to stick around here. F3 has been played to control the center here. Maybe also some point to play king on f2. King went on f2. Bishop g3. Oh
Wow.
my goodness. Roman Datyarov from Ukraine, international master. He's on fire. Maybe he already got his norm. He needs probably some to collect some of the norms. King to g1. Let's see if takes here. There is pawn takes now. Rook is hanging. King has to go on g1. Takes, check, and checkmate on h2. That's why bishop g3 has to be met with bishop, king to g1. And now in the game, bishop to d6. After king f2,
You could repeat with king f2. Yes.
if you need a draw, this is such a nice variation, right?
It is, yeah. But we know that Maxime Lagarde, he's not going for that unless he's in a worse position.
Yeah.
So since he's not, he plays bishop d3 instead.
Yeah, he knows how to hold the position when he feels that it's getting worse, then he is offering draw. So I think that's also quite nice skills. Bishop f5 has been played. Bishops are off the board. Now bishop to d2 to bring rest of the pieces into the game. So this is actually quite complicated position. Like, I have no idea what's going on.
It's difficult to see how we can bring the rook on h1 in the game. So yeah, I would not be happy here with white, honestly. This bishop on d2 is not a great piece. At the same time, it's hard to see how black can break through. I guess it's mostly due to the fact that black is down a pawn. If black had this one more pawn on the board, it would be a completely different position. But now without the pawn d5 feels loose, and white can maybe break with e4 at some point. It's a strange position, but the fact that black is down a pawn, but the computer says they're slightly better, it's telling that this should be somewhat better for black, like more playable.
Yeah, because like when you have an material advantage and computer says like it's nothing.
No.
Yeah, it's not good sign. I was just looking like after this bishop to d2, how black should also make sure that the king is at the safe place. To me, for instance, long castle, that actually engine suggest looks very artificial and a little bit too dangerous. Although at this point black has these issues with d5 pawn and b7 pawn, and for instance after queen to b3 you can just attack both of them, but after castle you're guarding both weaknesses. This is guarded and this is actually a trap. So for instance, if black just makes any move here, it's not a trap, because now white can take with a knight on d5, not with a queen. Because that was my initial idea, to take here and then to win. So, yeah, castle is the move. I don't know. Do you like this move, castle? Maybe rook c1.
Yeah, and then king b8, and
king b8.
the king feels safe. It's funny, but yeah, I think it's the safest place.
Oh, castle just happened.
Wow,
Castle just happened.
very nice.
And in some of the variations, when you castle and there's the open c file, you can also bring the rook on c file, and to
True.
get knight on b4 to get this knight here. Yeah, Lagarde is playing a bit faster, so he knows very likely what is happening here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he will continue, because it's hard to see what he can try. He cannot really play e4 yet. It feels like it's weakening too much. His king on g1 feels so misplaced. And this rook on h1, I don't see how it will get into the game. I think he will have to move the king at some point, which is quite scary. It doesn't feel like the king has much space. Moving the king around like this, I mean, usually you spend one move with the king to castle and put the king into safety.
Yeah.
But now the king has moved twice, and if you have to move it again with white, sorry, then
this one, both players have to move the king away
exactly.
in this one too.
But for white, it feels more worrying because the king is actually not really feeling safe anywhere over there.
Yeah, but also I was thinking if this rook is not here, it will be anyway very dangerous for white because there's h3 coming. Bishop is targeting that side. White definitely can play something like king to b2 now because after bishop g3 the rook is no longer hanging his ear, so it's going to be a blunder. But like as you mentioned, what is the follow-up? You cannot move the rook away. Yeah, this pawn is hanging. Yeah, I don't know. Wow, this is actually very interesting.
Yeah, such a tricky position. So, yeah, good choice, I think, by black to go for this line. Has been played quite a few times, but the move bishop d3 earlier was the first new move in the master games. So, yeah, this is a bit newer territory now, I think, and both players will start spending some time. So, let's see how this game develops.
Let's see that. And the next game that we have to actually jump, next two games I have in the three game. Oh, they have very similar situation on the clock. Board 7, 8, and 9. There is a one player who has spent a lot of time and the other player has almost 20 minutes and plus more on the clock. This looks like Sicilian. So let's take a look how the moves progressed. We have seen Bani the other round. He lost his game against Abasov. And he is now again playing with black pieces. So he has double black against very strong opponents. Yeah, not easy for sure to fight with
he
them.
started with two whites, I think. That might have been the problem.
Yeah. In my all tournaments, I start with black and I finish with black. It's horrible.
Yeah, that's
It is horrible. And then I took one buy now in Reykjavik to at least finish with white, you know.
Did you still finish with black?
And they gave me two whites.
Wow.
And the last round being early, not having enough time to prepare, playing also a much stronger opponent because like if you're going well, then the last round is very tough. And with white is much easier, you know. It's not necessarily that I win all my last games with white pieces, but you feel better. You know?
It feels much better, yeah.
Yeah,
true.
at least at least before the start of the game, you feel fine, you know.
Yeah.
And then when this happened to me, like the universe wants me to play last round with black pieces. And do you know what? I checkmate the universe. I took another buy on the last round.
You're like, not happening.
Not happening. I'm gonna take white pieces only.
You control your own destiny.
Yes, and I felt a little bit like happy after that. I want to change that situation. So this game actually after a6 continued with g3. g3 is a kind of sideline that of white plays. We can bring the chessboard on the screen so we can continue to see what's happening. Pretty much the theory here, nothing really special. Like everybody at this point just knows all these moves and the theory here. Queen e2 has been played as the final move here to support the bishop on c4. So like moves like queen to c7 or rook to c4 will be less dangerous. And on top of that, it also targets the pawn on a6. So now both pawns pieces have to be around here, and also just overprotecting pawn on a4. That's also thing. Another important, I love this move, queen e2. It's like multitasking. You also open the road for the rook. I don't know. Do you think that white will castle actually on the long side?
Good question. There are lines where you go long castle in this variation, but I think here you would rather go short castle because you already played the move a4. So it would feel so strange to play long castle and allow yourself to be in a vulnerable spot. So Yeah, I think short castle would feel more natural, but yeah, it's a bit of a strange situation where white has played g3, but usually you follow it up with bishop to g2 and then short castle, but without the bishop on g2, it feels so empty on the king side.
Yeah, I agree with that. There can be some kind of tactics here. Like, for instance, often when there is too much traffic on this diagonal, they're like moves like 94. But here, there is this issue of 94.
And d6 is hanging.
And d6, and also the bishop is hanging on b7. So that's the problem. Also, that means that in the same lines, if white castles on the long side, there will be king here. And bishop g5 will be a check, right? So this also might not working tactically. Because after king being on c1, there can be this one. What options black has here? Like maybe h6 to ask this bishop where it goes, because it kind of limits. This pawn limits the bishop. And now if you get this bishop back on e3, we have to calculate this variation. Takes, rook is hanging. And after this move, knight takes on b6. When you take here, there's d5.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's d5.
Yeah, there's all sorts of tactics in the position.
Yeah, very rich. So bishop e3 is not working. That makes black too forced to take this one here. And now black, I think, will take with the knight. And let's say after a castle, what will be the move? Perhaps also castle.
The king is often safe in the center here in these lines because, yeah, it's hard to see how white can attack just yet.
Here, yeah, I can do some like useful moves here instead of castle.
Yeah, it is possible to delay castling here.
There can be some moves like queen d7, queen h3, knight g4. And I see ideas on the king side followed up with h4, h5, h4, like if you want to use this. And kind of this bishop looks a little bit misplaced, right?
Yeah. I guess the purpose of the bishop is to prevent any sort of d5 from being played. But yeah, it's very possible, but with this in this g3 variation, it's a bit strange to have the bishop on c4 instead of on g2.
Yeah. You know what? After castle, maybe white should go for rook to d1 and then just trade everything here and to get the rook on d5. This can be like really good solution. Yeah. Okay. So here he's castling right away without h6. He keeps this pressure on the board. Makes sense actually. Because if now, this is perfect. White castles, we can show this line one more time. 94, bishop g5 check, forcing white to react with this check. And black will have enough time to get back on e7, and black is really happy. Instead of castle, here I think I would just play rook to d1, just to make sure that I control this one. But again, there is this tactic, 94. Okay, so as the king has left, okay, it makes a lot of sense. This is a pin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, black is like preparing some kind of tactical motives here on the board.
Yeah, this pawn on e4 is quite weak, and in these g3 lines, that's the main target of black.
White also castles.
Short castle, interesting.
No more 94s now.
No,
because there's
not possible.
No
yeah, you can slowly somehow get the queen on a8 to put pressure on the pawn on e4. So you have to maneuver
like
around a little bit at a8
A8. Ah, here.
Yes, somehow you want to get your queen on A8 and attack the pawn E4, also defend the pawn on A6. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's not easy.
maybe you can think of rook to C8 to give up this pawn, but to look for some this
Oh, I like that.
and to weaken this pawn here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possibility. Yeah, Sicilian is so rich. You have tons of ideas. So we're going to come back to this game. Obviously, let's now move forward. Another game here where we had a huge time difference. It's actually reduced now, but this is quite well-known setup here in King's Indian with the bishop to b4. Here where black decides to play c5, and here we have white can play e4 and to control the center. Black has to play e5 right away, not allow white to play e5, because if white plays e5, then this bishop also gets into the game. And this is quite common to set up all those pawns on the dark squares, because you just gave up your dark square bishop, and this is how you want to control. If d5, then there's a huge hole here, so black will be happy to get this knight, so d5 will not be happening. Instead, white has to think how to use the light squares. Maybe knight here, knight g3, knight f5, or knight e3, knight f5, and knight d5. Those are like moves white can play.
Yeah. It feels naturally nicer to play here with white, because this pawn on b4, it's doubled, it's towards the queen side more, and it's away from the center. So it feels like something feels right about white's position more than black's position. But yeah, it remains to be seen, of course, because white has to decide what to do in the center now. But yeah, optically this looks better for white.
It does look better for white, but also like with this pawn here and the rook supporting, kind of holds the center, because in some lines you might consider to take here and get the knight c6 and knight e5, for instance. d5 is not a good move because it locks also the bishop and gives up c5 square. And if you take, I take, and again I'm happy to have this open file. So I think it's more or less equal, but feels much better for white when you have all these options to, you know, to consider knight here, knight there. Well, yeah, let's go to the next board. Here we have a very nice setup. Oh, we don't very often see these bishops are awkwardly placed. Let's see how we got this position. It was English. We have second English on the top boards. Knight to d5 also allowed e4, but in this case white went knight to g1 at the starting position. And now after a3, bishop went to d6. Makes a lot of sense not to give up the bishop. Queen went on c2. And now black is thinking how black should untangle this center and the queen side. It looks so awkward.
Yeah, good question. It's quite funny, this setup. There's a chance that black wants to play b6, bishop b7, for example. So that would relieve the pressure to move the bishop from d6. But yeah, it feels like an artificial position. A lot of those variations in the English, this is what happens often, where it tends to be a sort of unnatural position. So yeah, it's kind of like the nature of the position. And here it's like black has taken over in the center, white has not done much in the center. So yeah, it's a game that can still go anywhere. Really exciting position, and yeah, it's really exciting so far. So imbalanced.
Yeah, and you don't really often see this kind of structure, so it is. It's very nice to see how they will come up with some of the ideas now. White is already burning some time on the clock. down to 53 minutes. Black seems to be in the home preparation. Both of the players have the hands on the head and deep in the thoughts. Paulius Nevius is the current European rapid champion. So he's quite strong in the fast game. He got the title by beating Ivanchuk in the final game, where Ivanchuk actually had very good chance to win the title. But I don't know if you have seen this heartbreaking moment when he had extra pawn in the end game and he flagged.
I believe I saw it. Yeah.
So that was the game, and yeah.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, he's had some heartbreaking moments this tournament as well. But yeah, that is chess basically. There's so much that can happen in a chess game, and someone like Ivanchuk, he cares so much about chess. He's very passionate about it, and yeah, it can be really heartbreaking to lose in such a way.
Yeah, he openly does how he feels, what we actually hide, like all of us just want to scream when you see the blunder, and you're just pretending that nothing happened. So it's okay. Yes. So Ivanchuk is playing with black pieces against Jakub Szyman. We have seen Jakub Szyman the previous round was playing longest game, and he had such a great chance to win against Robert Hovhannisyan, but it ended in a draw. And now Ivanchuk is very impressive on the time. He's blitzing out. Look at him. Another English. In this case, we had the c4, c5, and they actually.
Oh wow! What a variation!
Look at that. White actually allowed it. You can play d4 indeed to stop 93, but white allowed that. King to e2. Now pawn g2 was hanging. Oh, black was ready for a draw.
Wow. Jakub declined the repetition. Wow. I mean, after last game, he really wants to win, yeah?
Yeah. This happens when you are very young and ambitious player. You just want to have this big names and to say like I won. I like this approach.
It's very good. It's very good to still keep playing. I mean, it's nice to have a draw against such a strong player, a legend of the game, but what matters the most to most chess players is to have a game, to keep trying, and you accept that you might lose the game, but at least you tried and you played on. Of course, in this tournament, the World Cup qualifications are on the spot, so there's a lot at stake, which is why players opt for draws here and there. But Jakub is very ambitious, and we'd love to see it. He has the white pieces today. Maybe he will not have the white pieces tomorrow. So this might be his last chance to fight for the win. Because with white, it's simply easier to fight for the win.
Yeah, I agree with that. So they also attract some of the players, and the other players are observing what is happening. They have made a few more moves after queen to e2. This knight captured the bishop. Actually, it makes a lot of sense. If we take a look, white has 3 minor pieces, 2 heavy pieces, in total 5 pieces in development, and black's all pieces are still at the starting position. Only thing that white has to take care of is this king, because it's on the way between the rooks. So he played h4, then he played d5, and then a queen to b2 was actually a threat, but they did not really care, because after queen to b2 there's a rook to b1, and now it's too dangerous for black. And let's say after castle, is there some tactical ideas after this? Because I think there is rook to d7 and queen f7, and this pretty much looks like game will be over soon.
Wow.
Yeah, I think with bishop e6 to get this here, the more accurate move here was bishop here actually to scan these two squares and to attack the knight as well. So because of these tactical motives, he did not really went for queen to b2, but instead went to h6. Makes a lot of sense. So now knight will not jump on g5. Rook h3. Wow.
Yeah, makes sense. The king will go to g1, and if you play h4, you sort of want to play rook h3, rook g3, and it will be difficult for the dark squared bishop to develop.
Yeah, because it will attack here. And I thought that with his idea, he wanted to play something like g3, king g2, and to get this rook into the game. But if the knight moves away and the bishop gets here on c6, this bishop will be actually dominating. So yeah, this move, rook to h3, makes more sense. I don't know if he thought about this on the board or it was his home preparation. I really like to just check when he spent most of the time. He didn't spend here too much time. And neither here, so here just a little bit, 5 minutes. And queen f4 is the move that he spent most of the time, 15
Interesting,
minutes.
wow.
Yeah, that was the moment. And queen f4, I see that this is the first line by the engine. Favors white here. Okay, he was calculating all this queen b2 and
makes sense,
sacrificing.
Yeah, and this is apparently played quite a few times already, which is surprising because we're so far into the game already on move 14, and it has been played several times by strong players. So yeah, that goes to show that this is a popular, well, famous line, and yeah, it doesn't seem like a popular variation. It feels very tricky, very unbalanced. But yeah, the players, that's probably why Ivanchuk is able to play quickly, because he recognized the position. So yeah, it's very impressive.
Yeah. So this is currently the situation. Now Ivanchuk is taking his time. Ever since we came here, it was his time to think. Do we have anything interesting before we take the first break? We can also come back at the main game. Abasov managed to centralize the knight on e4 and to build up the stone wall. And the time is more or less just equal.
Perhaps this position is interesting between Alexander Indich and Luka Pajcadze, board 22.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's quite a position. It was known until this move. So bishop a3, the last move is a new move.
It's just good. This was Nimzo in the end.
Yeah.
And the main line. I used to play this.
Oh really?
Yeah. It was so complicated. I was playing it. I remembered all the lines, and sometimes I was like, "What if my opponent just does some random move? Like, what should I do?" Then? Like, and I was always struggling with this when I was analyzing on the computer. Then I had it in my game. Everything was so clear, and I enjoyed so much to have the position. Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Yeah. So takes 97, queen to h4. g5, attacking the bishop, 95. So you say that this is here. This is something new.
First new move.
So instead of bishop a3, what are the moves?
Bishop e2 has been played. C takes d5. I think bishop a3 is still fine, but it has simply not been played before. So that can mean anything, because those games that are in the database, it may have been that they just got this position, didn't know what to do anymore, and just played a move. But yeah, bishop a3 feels logical, attacking the rook and trying to develop the bishop. But it feels like such a messy position. Black is trying to attack on the king side, which is quite surprising, because they also played short castle.
Yeah. Some moves like this g4, knight g5.
Yeah.
Pajcadze did not move the rook. Instead, he captured the bishop on d3.
Wow.
Black will not capture on... white will not capture on f8, because it allows black to take the pawn and to have this beautiful knights here, and if you get the bishop back, then e5, kicking this knight back. I don't know. Then bishop also gets. Oh, this is so dangerous. Can be some checkmate ideas. If knight goes on b5, bishop to g4, bishop f3, and that's gonna be it. After knight d3, in ditch I actually already captured on d3. So here we have this position. Now black can take on c4 because knight is hanging. It's time to move the rook. Rook e8 or rook d8, what would you play? I know what Luca played.
He
I
played
saw
rook
it.
d8. Yeah, the rook e8 feels more natural because, oh, if I play rook d8, then maybe bishop e7 is possible. So naturally, I would like to be on the light square. But at the same time, rook d8, you are looking at the queen on the d file.
yeah.
So yeah, there's ups and downs for both, I guess. But I guess I would play rook e8 just out of principle.
But it's also like if you get this bishop, then I'll get, like, I will
Sure.
just win the
Tempo.
tempo, yeah.
True.
Oh, Indich played. They are playing very fast. Indich has 1 hour and 30 minutes.
He hasn't spent time whatsoever.
They're blitzing out. So takes.
Rook d8.
Rook d8 takes. Black has to take with the bishop. Now, rook being on e8 makes more sense because it's on the open file. But this actually allows black to bring the bishop on h3 and to on g4 as well.
Yeah, what a position.
Is it time to play f3 here?
Yeah.
Knight f6 not working because of bishop e7.
Yeah.
So knight has to go here.
Yeah, and for some reason, I want to put my g pawn back. No, the black pawn.
This one. Oh, I thought you wanted this on f as well.
All the pawns.
Yes.
Like, let's start again.
Let's restart, please.
Yeah, because I want to keep this opportunity to play the move later. And yeah, it feels so weak on the king side for black. So I'm a little bit worried about black's position. They have this weak pawn on d5, and the king is a bit weak, and the attack is dying out on white's king. But at the same time, black is up a pawn. So I guess that is the compensation they have. So yeah, balanced position. There's some balance here. So I'm curious to see how the players will
They're
proceed.
blitzing out here. Like all this moves.
Wow.
Okay, it's only move for black as well to play knight d6.
Oh, this is on the board, right?
Yeah. And David Nawara tries to cover the camera. You can recognize him. What is the one most common illegal thing that comes to your head during the game that you want to do, but you know you cannot do?
Ooh.
Talking about getting pawn back on g7.
Yeah, I guess like when it's chess related, yeah, I guess sometimes, I mean, when you have when you're getting checkmated, I wish I could move my king to the 9th rank. I wish there was one more rank to move my king somehow or a file, but no, you don't have the space anymore. Or I get like extra move to make, so I don't know. I can solve my problems.
To move.
Yeah. But other than that, I'm not sure. I don't think about it.
Yeah. Sometimes, not sometimes, often I just want to have this button of restart, and get the pieces back and start again. Because it's not going the way. Okay, this game is interesting. We're going to take a look at that as well. Igor Yannick against Igor Kovalenko. Kovalenko is first seeded player. They're just very close to each other. Kovalenko, it's not going in the way as we have seen that he's capable to play. We had him at the European Team Championships. On the first board, he was unstoppable, and it's not easy to be in his shoes, to just not play that much of the tournament. So many background thoughts that he has. So yeah, hopefully he will just put things together, because it is important to qualify to the World Cup, to have more chance and more tournaments. Talking about the qualification, just get back to the first board. These two players have the best chance to qualify, and Abasov now is setting up this rook lift on the king side. He's progressing very fast. Like, I have a feeling that it's only black who is playing this game. you know?
Yeah.
Knight got in here, and then now rook is getting on the 5th rank. I wonder how Anton is going to settle this position.
Yeah, I also like Black's approach. I think there are some concrete ideas in this position, so that is what David Anton is trying to figure out. But yeah, I like Black's idea involving the rook. You already have so much space with the move f5 now.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's clear Black is trying to start an attack on the king side. I'm curious how he will be able to develop this attack, because it's not easy. White has some counter attack possibilities, perhaps with moves such as knight e5 at some point. You cannot just move your pawns up on the king side that easily.
That easily, yeah. Just looking at the engine suggestion here, which is knight e4 is a brilliant move for white to go, and after if d takes, then to play knight e5 that you were mentioning, using this pin. Other side, I think this pin.
Yes.
Using this pin. So point is that, like, if you take here, then it's actually a loss, because those 3 pieces are under attack. If you take with the bishop, then after d takes c5, then you have this beautiful square for the queen, and it just locks down the whole position. So you can't really touch this knight. Let's see what happens if f takes c4. Now this knight is hanging. Knight should stay, I think, on the king side. If knight stays on the in the center, then there is no any single piece around the king, so it's quite dangerous. I think after rook to g6 there will be serious threats. So knight to h2, and the engine says that it's actually quite nice position for white.
Yeah, it's so surprising, because it feels like Black is the one attacking and White is just sitting and waiting for Black to attack. But yeah, I guess it has to do with the fact that White can slowly make progress by playing f3 or f4, and if Black takes the pawn, then White's position opens up more, the bishops become more active. So yeah, Black has to be careful with that. And the attack can easily die down of Black. And I think that's the problem here.
Yeah. But, you know, I'm kind of feeling that David Anton now is about to make a move. He wanted to make a move, then he stopped a little bit. You know, if you allow Black to play 1 or 2 more moves, then things can change drastically here.
Yeah. Yeah. Critical position. He's going to... No, he hasn't made up his mind yet.
No. To me, he looks a little bit worried, because usually he's not really showing much of the emotions, and today he's a little bit, you know, not shaking, but he's more moving.
Like, what is going on?
Yeah,
what is this?
Yeah. He feels this is like you have to react now.
Yeah.
Also has some ideas of his own, like takes maybe, and then knight b5. Things like that. But yeah, it can get really tricky in this situation. So the things can really heat up on all the boards. There is no easy game today. All the players are quite well prepared. And I think we can take our first break now, and by the time we're back we will have more information. So guys, don't go anywhere, because this is final 2 rounds, and if you have your favors, then they really need support. So just stick around, we'll be back shortly.
Super Foundation proudly presents
the Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
Powered by Super Foundation.
The 2026 Grand Chess Tour is back and better than ever. 9 of the best
Hello everyone, I'm jumping in. We have 3 commentators. Ladies are resting a bit. I will start my commentary of this penultimate round. I played this championship 6 times, and I know how tough those 2 rounds are, since you are already tired with preparation, you are tired with playing tough games, but also you want to achieve desired result. Let's dig a little bit to the games. So let's see what was going on. You could already, of course, get some insight from ANNA-MAJA and KETI. So from my perspective, David Anton is a player who is, of course, stable around 2650 till 2700, but he needs to make some new push, while Abasov was sort of, in the limelight, playing candidates, and after that usually your motivation drops, since you did fabulous stuff, World Cup, semi-final, but then sort of you realize that you were in the news for some time, but actually not much has happened in your chess pro life. You're not getting invitation for next 2, 3, 4 years guaranteed. That means that you need to fight again for your spot, and this is typical, as I said, some kind of disappointment, and then again you are trying to find a new energy. There was a tweet on the X platform, I believe, from Mishra, who was saying that he's ready to play some tournaments, but he's not getting invitations. So it was some kind of call of interest, hoping that organizers will invite him. So it's not so simple, of course. Top 50, top 70 players are sort of living better than many GMs. However, they are sort of far away from top spots. Top 15 changes your life a lot. As I said, top 70, top 50, you are living better than average, much better than average GMs, maybe 5 times better or even more. However, you are at the same time far away from those secured invitations. Today, speaking about candidates, today is the birthday of Matthias Blubaum. So congratulations also from my side, and other players like Dubov. We have Master Vasilis Dimitrios playing here, but not Athanasios. Today is his birthday. Also, Jonathan Rawson, many GMs. Regarding this position, it's very actually appealing to come with the rook to h6, but usually you have 2 outcomes. One outcome is that you are delivering a checkmate with some nasty combination. Other way is that you sort of got some activity, but you need to move on, and black needs to push g4, maybe at some point even bring his pieces. So it doesn't mean that by forcing white to go knight e1, h3 that you are already having an easy game. So you need to come up with something else, and it's not so simple. This activity, you're sort of actually this rook h6, bishop d6, and knight and possible queen penetration makes you think that there is a killer blow, and while you are sort of digging, you realize that there is no a killer blow, and that you need to switch to, as I said, some maneuvering or bringing the pieces, which some players find hard to believe. And for example, g4, g5, g4 takes on h3, and suddenly your opponent plays g3, and you realize that this pawn is sort of protecting white from this rook and that you're stuck. Engine, of course, they know how to use it, and it's not surprising since engines are at 3700. However, for human it's tough to go sort of with a nasty attack and then at some point just play with the normal follow-up. So these are now current, I would say, thoughts of Abasov. So he sees this g5, g4, but he's trying to understand after g5, g4 and taking on h3, what will he do next? And in terms of useful moves, black usually brings the bishop. However, here it's not clear what will this bishop do, and other rook. So it's like very complicated. As I said, since for engine it will be very easy to play this game, but for human it's hard to switch and to be flexible in going all in with rook cliff, g5, g4, and then stopping and switching to another side of the board. Of course, also for Anton Hiharo, David is not so simple as well, since you know how they say when your opponent is attacking, suddenly you start to see ghosts and you become afraid a little bit of attacking stuff, and you sort of see some possibilities which are not possible. So it's a bit unpleasant. However, long term, if you find out that the attack is not coming itself, then you might get more excited, since white has wider range of useful moves. On the queen side, you can start pushing the pawns, while it's much harder to do it on the king side. Pushing pawns in front of your king is something human is not so willing to do so. So quite a tense psychological moment, although engine evaluation doesn't explain it. It looks like 0.2 dead equal. However, a lot of psychological issues for both sides, and depends of your track record, your games in this structure. Were you sort of under attack, being white, or black? Have you succeeded more times in your online games, blitz games, so you know some possible scenarios, possible outcomes? Quite a tense moment, you would ask me. And we don't have this confession booth that some tournaments like freestyle or Norway chess have it. That would be very interesting to find out what does David Anton think, or what does Nijat Abasov thinks about this position. You would be surprised probably with the comments and remarks. What will they say? And of course they're going much more faster and going to some lines and trying to make the conclusion. So let's just leave this game. Same thing here. Suleimanli, according to engine, it's sort of almost winning, but the concept is similar. The point is, when you take on s6, black will push g6, and this is how black will stop white of exploiting the file. And long term, white has an issue where to come up with the king. However, in terms of evaluation, I believe that it won't go to -1 if you ask players. I believe that they will say it's unclear. Maybe that black is slightly better, but just giving much, much better position for black. It's not something, yeah, I believe that players would figure it out. It's a lot. And take a look of which move, h5. It's possible to find this move, but it's not a typical pattern. And when something is not typical, players get worried that they're not sure that this might be the right approach. For example, engine is playing this line. Okay, white we need to spend more time and you cannot push h5, h6 so quickly. This can be an option, this kind of position. Okay, probably he sees this and he's thinking about it. This is possible that we have a player with the black pieces thinking about this. However, it's not simple. Add is Gurel, typical stuff. I will leave that game for something later. Berlin endgame, I told you when I was playing this European Individual Championship under 18, long ago, that the only one who was playing this was Evgeny Postny from Israel, and at that time it was like, so it's 1999, so they were saying that this is ridiculous why he's playing, and suddenly there is a match, Kramnik versus Kasparov, and Berlin became the main weapon there. Of course, a lot of players, they want to play it. Even Judith Porker, I believe, was playing at some point. How about this one? Very tough to understand that this position is better for white. I don't know. I would not bet a penny for this. However, I believe that white is very worried. We recall Maxim's game versus Eduardo Lagarde versus Iturrizaga, where he was having also similar advantage. However, he misplayed it quite quickly since it was very sharp and black was throwing everything on white's king. Usually when your king is weak, you cannot be so cool-headed. By the way, we played paddle together, so Lagarde, Maurizi, it was 6 Grandmasters and 2 IMs, Lagarde, Maurizi, Blomqvist, Boruchovsky, who else was playing Pichot, then Kurman, IM, and Linus Johansson, and it was so fun. We enjoyed it a lot. Queen d3 was played, and it's -2. Hang on. So from plus 0.7 to -2 in one move, so it's a piece. Blunder of the piece, why? Probably bishop h2 just wins. Am I right, or am I missing something? No. If you take checkmate, not so hard to get it. While after rook h2, queen g3, you need to play king h1. I take king g1, rook e4, everything else wins. Big blunder by Maxime Lagarde. Let's go full screen, since we might witness this moment. Bishop takes pawn. He sees this. I believe that many others as well, but he will try to stay poker-faced, which is not so simple. What was the defense? So this was a threat. Okay, probably defense was to take on d6. Sort of, not losing. Bishop e1, another move, not good. So the defense is hidden. Probably knight d6 was the best move. And here, will bishop take on h2? We have the moment. Once again, it reminds me of Edis Gurel game versus Ishikjan, where this type of tactics happened, and Edis figured it out, everything till the end. It was a very nice blow. So will bishop take the pawn on h2, which just decides the game? So he's checking, checking, and rechecking. Roman playing. Now he's totally aware what's going on, but he just wants to, as I said, check it one more time. Will he take it on h2 or not? What a moment. Bishop takes h2. Yeah, speaking about Edis Gurel, that was fantastic tactics. And bishop takes h2. Yes, we have the move. What a blow. After queen d3, bishop h2, king f1, sad necessity. It was not planned, and now when it rains, it pours queen g3, Maurizi. You can see him on the right. He's also aware that his compatriot, his friend, has misplayed it. Will now queen g3 follow? Maybe he calculated this. Maybe it was not missed. So if you go now, for example, bishop g3, no, anyway, it just wins. I was thinking about queen g3, but then queen e2. You just go bishop g3. Bishop g3, I believe, will happen. And Maxime Lagarde will struggle to save this game. Surprising result, but Roman is doing fabulously in this event. Big kudos to him. So, moving the bishop. It's a moment to move the bishop. Yeah, he will just play bishop g3. What else? Normal way to go. Or he's hesitating a bit. Something bothers him. Let me try to find why he's afraid of bishop g3. I don't see any tactics. Rook c6, nothing. Queen b3. Actually, there is no threat. It looks to me that there is no spectacular defense. Okay, let's go back to Gurel. So, this is known stuff. Always white has a little bit better prospects here. And Edis, as I was mentioning this many times, he knows his business, he's usually pressing with the white pieces. I'm trying to recall when was the last time I saw him being slightly worse with the white pieces or just misplaying something. Not really. So it seems to me that he's slowly outplaying his opponent, that this d4, it's very instructive to learn how he's pressing on e5. Once you provoke your opponent to fix his structure, now this square is available, a weakness, you have open hands. So I believe, oh, sorry, now I realize I completely changed my mind now. Sorry, in my computer I saw it wrongly. The Edis is white. Sorry, my bad. It's very actually now when I'm seeing, this is typical Edis white game. So forget what I was saying. Now everything goes for Dudin. But regarding Edis, I noticed he has an issue with the black pieces. So with white, I think Edis is 2700 already. As I said, I barely saw him in some kind of dubious position. However, with the black pieces, you can recall some losses. For example, from the last European individual, he lost with the black pieces, similar fashion to this. He ended up in some kind of worse position and slowly got outplayed. So I know it's hard to get like a great position with the black pieces, but I see a like big difference. Not big, I see some difference. So I think for him it's very important that he improves his repertoire a bit. It's of course easier said than done. But there are some players, for example, let me think. I don't know, like David Anton, let's say. You will not see a big difference. He also gets a chance with black pieces. So it's not that he's like struggling because of the openings. You also have Soleimanli, for example, having quite a good position with the black pieces. So here with Edis, he's slightly worse here. Not slightly, maybe even more. So I'm not sure that this was played well. Although Edis is always skillful in putting posing some practical problems. Yeah, once again, apologizes. I wrongly saw the names now. So here, what will white do? White will move the queen and push f4. And how do you play? Let's say if you go a5, I go a4. And how to stop f4? Bishop g5, possible. Okay, and then f4 usually goes anyway. f4, if you take, bishop f4, takes, to me, very unpleasant position. So he needs to come up with something else. Is there anything special? That's why he moved the bishop. Maybe after f4, maybe a5, a4 is not good to include. Is some bishop h4 useful? I would not say. Looks to me very, very unpleasant for black. So Edis is playing fast. However, it looks to me this is not a pleasant. It reminds me a bit of his game versus Ishik. However, there he was of course up to a task and winning that game, turning the tables. However, he was sort of outplayed. So to get Edis to 2700, which I think for sure that he will come at some point in the next 1 or 2 years, he needs to improve a little bit with his repertoire with the black piece. Improve. I don't know, maybe to come up with something else. But also people are afraid of him. So he will get like many Rosolimos, because yeah, they would love to avoid some sharpness in game against him. How about Korobov? Slightly better. It will be unpleasant for Brunello. Let's find something interesting. Henry Tudor was playing this line. I really don't get it why these days everyone is playing it. So it was played also by Kovalenko. Usually this D was allowed when the knight is on c3, and you can restrict it with the c6 pawn. So for example, this would be very promising for black, a normal line. However, with the knight on b1 and coming to c4, usually this was considered slightly worse. However, engines are probably confident in solving this. Known line, this g3, d5, e5. So Tudor is well prepared. This was played in many games. Top-notch theory. Slightly worse, however, holdable. I've seen so many games in this line. And he is doing fine. Probably already slightly better. So very good preparation. I think it was from Ivan Sokolov laboratory. Ivan is the one who is playing, not playing, but sort of coaching Romanian players. Denis Kadric is always an interesting choice to pick up. Born number 39, playing g4. One story regarding Aravind and Prague Festival. Aravind came with Philidor opening, ham black lion, how they call it. Basically, when you will see drawing of lots, for example, Grand Chess Tour, when it's single round robin, 10 players, that means 9 rounds. So one player is having additional whites. So if you pick up number 1 to 5, you would get one more white, so it will be 5 whites, 4 blacks. If you pick up number 1, that means that you will have 2 whites in first 2 rounds. If you pick up number 6, then your first 2 rounds black. And Aravind, that was the case exactly in Aravind's bad lucks, call it that way, and he started with 2 blacks, played Philidor with the black pieces. I think it was Niemann and Abdusatorov, something like that. No, who was the... I think that he lost one. Yeah, I think it was Abdusatorov and Niemann. He lost one game he won. And actually this choice was quite successful. And then later he was crushed by Vincent Keimer with the line h3, g4. So here rook g1 is more or less similar, but there are some differences why rook g1 is better than h3. So rook g1, c6, g4, known stuff. Of course, the simplest would be to go g4 immediately, but then knight g4 is not so simple to play with white and to get the advantage. So he went for rook g1, g4. Kadric is only playing this line. So this is against b5, b4. So they're playing some sideline, but Denis is very skillful in creating chances in this line. So let's see. What a mess. What a mess, what to say? So he is thinking. Knight h3, what to do? If he takes on h3, then bishop enters. Probably this is something white would not happily accept. I saw in chat some question, are there any other former candidates playing here besides Abasov and Ivachuk? Oleg Romanishin never made it to candidates. Whom else do we have here? To candidates, not so simple to qualify there. Probably that's more or less it. We have in the woman, we have a woman player, I believe that. I think that was Stavrula close. Stavrula was playing Women's Grand Prix, Tsolakido, but I think that she never made it to candidates as well. So only to FIDE Women Grand Prix. And regarding top players here, yeah, I believe that this is the case. Sargsyan, no. Yeah. Not actually many. Yeah. So, he's thinking, how is Borchowski doing? Complicated. Navara. So David is struggling a bit. How many Davids we have in this tournament? We have David Anton, David Gavrilescu, David Navara. So he's slightly better, but Chulom is very stable player. Not easy to win against him. Sargsyan Gabriel is sort of, I cannot say pressing, but he's like trying to create some chances to counter-attack. Arch is always interesting to follow, but here it's getting complicated, although an endgame. Kuru, always an interesting player, but it seems that Lodici has managed to outplay him. Let's see the line, very interesting game. Oh, knight f3, f5, so this is the Dutch defense, and usually this move order allows you to play this d3. And now the point is e4. There are several ways to go now, but if you go knight f6, there is e4, d takes, and even immediately knight g5, but also it's possible to take on e4 when you take, bishop d3 compensation. So that's why here after d3 they go something like knight c6, and on e4 they go e5 and even d6 and so on. So here knight f6, e4 takes this knight g5 line. However, after f5, d4 was played. Knight f6, London style. And I'm not sure that players were fully prepared for this, since it looks like improvisation. By the way, when Viktor Košnoj played at the European Team Championship in Novi Sad, Serbia in 2009, So I was playing in this tournament. He was paired versus Volokitin, great Ukrainian player. And suddenly Victor, the terrible, is playing d4, f5, queen d3, something like that. Similar like here, and went all in. I'm trying to recall how old was Victor in 2009. He was what, 70? 70, I will go for 74. So let's just check, I'm curious. So playing against Volokitin. So Dutch defense and then queen d3. Oh, he was more. He was born in 31. So he was, he was 78 already. And he played this crazy line, and the game ends up in a draw. Volokitin being 26-50, and I was shocked that player 78 years old plays that kind of stuff. He would carry on with some bags and producing some noise, but he was not aware of that because he couldn't hear. Then Pelletier from Switzerland would tell him about that there is a draw offer, or that, I don't know. So it was cool. After this sequence came knight g5. Nice touch, you cannot take because rook is pinned. And this was like better for white, totally winning. But f3 was a huge mistake. So let's see what was missed. Knight c3, d5, queen b5 check, knight c6, and everything is better for white. So I'm not sure what was missed here. Still sort of winning. Totally winning. Rook d2. First step into the wrong direction. Everything wins, like queen e2 just to unpin himself. Black will recover the piece, but it's bad. So he missed this e5. And then very strange game. Knight d5 is possible. Now, I don't know, all three results. All three results, but quite a complicated game. Rook d3 looks like a normal way to go for white. The material is equal. Knight d5 screams to be played. However, it's quite a complicated position. Where else to go? Let's check how Herbeck is doing versus Varmedam. Oh, okay, this is a glitch, I believe. This is a normal position. Yeah, this was not played. So we are missing some moves. Ishik-chan. He was having a splendid tournament. However, he's trying to get back to top, but he did some fantastic stuff. Yet, it's not so simple to make a breakthrough. Darda is fighting, trying to get some chances for a win. Injic is always an interesting player, and it seems that he's just winning versus Paichadze. Kovalenko, always some like a game when there are chances for a long-term play. He barely goes all in. Finek, big congratulations to him being new grandmaster from Czechia, Czech Republic, although he suppressed the record of David Navara, but not of Nguyen. So he's not the youngest in history of Czech Republic. However, very, very promising player and star, potential star of Prague and whole Czechia, playing in Prague Festival in the next year. Main group, it's a big thing. We could see Henry Tudor just walking, very young player. You can see how the playing hall looks like. Arbiters. Korobov is always walking. He just enjoys walking all the time. These are the rows where our top boards after first 5 are starting. So let's summarize a bit what's going on. Let's start with our board number 1. As I was saying, that was my prediction. After g5, white will need to stop at some point. Black will need to stop at some point, because g4 doesn't mean that you will give a checkmate. Even taking on h3 invites white to push g3, and it will be very hard to break through. So a6. Yeah, I like the way how Abasov is playing. He stabilized a bit, keeping his options on the king side open, however, not going all in, since there is nothing to play for in terms of sacrificing everything. So this was a super smart choice. Suleimanli played this h5. Big kudos to him. Not a simple move, but still it's a tough game, although Iden is the one who can navigate in this mess. Add is Gurel with the black pieces. I left around here, let's say here, I believe. Bishop e7. I told you it won't be so simple for black. White is long time, but this is tough to play with black pieces. So I'm not surprised that it's already very challenging +1 for white. So Ed is a little bit bluffing at the moment. However, if there will be a chance to create some sharpness and some tactics, arises here, he is the one who can deliver there. So for spectators who are rooting for Edis, some tactics, some sharpness is needed. Unpleasant for black. queen f2, double the rooks, triple on the f-file. Not a great position. Now its only thing is Gleb cool-headed and calm enough not to think that there are issues. For him, queen f2 has been played, the best move, since black was sort of preparing h5 to undermine g4 knight and collect this one. Not a great position, if you ask me. So it will be interesting to see, will Addis Gurel find a way to hold. Kacharava, quite drawish, but Martirosyan is the one who can win a dead draw position. He knows how to put pressure. Lagarde, sort of lost totally, but he's moving on. Muradli and Meshkov's long game. Okay, this is, sorry. First, this is Gumlart's. Not so simple position. Meshkov's is outplaying Muradli. Ooh, what a bad bishop, which doesn't happen so often. And he just played a great game. White is sort of fighting to get the equality. Pultinevicius, European rapid champion, is having a good game against Deak, and Deak is burning a lot of time, but still they're both away, far away from the 40th move. Gabrielescu being stable against Donchenko, good preparation. Alexander is struggling to get a game. Hovhannisyan versus Timote is playing very well, and he's, I think, steadily improving. Ivanchuk is slightly worse. And let's finish with Brunello, who is worse, 2 bishops. So this is a recap or current situation. So we will go for a final break before the time trouble, and girls will be back. So see us soon.
Super Foundation proudly presents
the Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
powered by Super Foundation.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 10 of the European Individual Chess Championship. We have arrived at the final 2 rounds of the tournament and it's getting so tense and exciting. Earlier we had ALOJZIJE, JANKOVIC commentating. My name is Women International Master ANNA-MAJA KAZARIAN, and I just came back from this VIP event that we have going on here in the venue. We have several side events. This morning we had a Blitz tournament, and some of the participants from the classical tournament actually participated there. But we currently have a VIP event going on upstairs. There are some strong players there as well that are not participating in this event right here, but they are playing in this event. I saw a grandmaster play there, also local player Claudia Gulon. I saw her and I was just chatting her with her a little bit. And yeah, this tournament is an amazing experience, so many side events, but the main tournament is obviously the main focus, as there's so much at stake here. The players are fighting for a prize fund with a total of 200,000 euros to divide among lots of players. Their top prizes, but also top women prizes, and there's rating prizes, and also the players are fighting for the World Cup qualification spots. There are 20 to be divided here. The top 20 earns a spot in the World Cup, and with that, there's so much at stake here, and here we see on the screen the 2 leaders of the tournament, David, Anton, and Abasov. They are fighting against each other over here, and the game is looking really tense. Earlier, the game was heading to a crazy attack on the king side for Abasov, and it seems to be the case that that is still the case, but White made some progress on the queen side. And with the knight on c5, it's able to access quite a few squares. The pawn on e6, quite a vulnerable pawn. The pawn on b7 is also a big weakness in Black's position. This bishop is not the greatest, but it has some mobility. It can reach h5, and long term it can become a strong piece. By the way, it's good to mention that right now we have reached the time trouble stage, so I might be switching through the boards quite quickly, as some of the games are in huge time trouble, which require special attention, of course. For now, the 2 players here, they are quite low on time, but they only have 14 moves to go until they receive 30 extra minutes. So it's not too bad, but obviously it's not a lot of time that they have to spend. If we look at the position, Black is clearly putting pressure on the king side, but you cannot make that much progress anymore because you cannot push the pawns here. So that's tricky. It's very interesting to see how the rook got to c4, because the position is quite close, right? But I remember seeing that the rook went to f6, h6, h4, and now it reached all the way to c4. It would be a pity for Black if that rook gets traded, but I'm failing to see how that rook can survive. I'm guessing that Abasov was thinking, oh, he already made the move. Rook takes d4 was played. But it would have been interesting to see if he would have sacrificed the exchange, which would have given him some chances, but obviously it's very unnecessary to play rook takes c5. So rook takes d4 makes much more sense, even though after e takes d4, White's pawn structure is much better now than it was. The pawns are defended, at least the pawn on e5 is strengthened now. The pawn on d4 is a weakness still, but it's really hard to reach this pawn, especially that there's no dark-squared bishop for Black, or there's not even a knight on the board to attack it. So the only pieces that can attack it are the queen and the rook, and it is a bit tricky to see how the rook will get into action. We are talking here about 20, 30 moves later that we might see the rook get into action to even try to attack that pawn. But anyway, I see that Abasov made, I believe that he played f4. f4 is played with the reason that this bishop is going to jump to g6 and then control this entire diagonal, which is a great idea. Also, this is stopping any potential f4 ideas of white, because white is also planning to play f4 later, so that the attack on the king side would be neutralized this way. And yeah, this way it will be really difficult for white to move the pawns forward to try to defend. So for now, this pawn on g2 can become a target. It is not easy to move it forward because you would lose that pawn. And you only have h4 available, but then you have to be careful of moves such as g4, because that might also be very tricky for white. So yeah, tricky position here. I really like white's position because of the knight on c5. So I'm curious to see how Abasov will handle this position. Dealing with this knight on c5, it seems to be very difficult to get rid of this knight. This knight will stay there for a very long time. And perhaps white will have to defend on the king side. So let's see if Abasov manages to have an attack on the king side. I think that is his biggest chance in this position for now. So let's take a look. I see that on board 3. Let's quickly jump to board 3. This is Gleb Dudin against 80's Gurel. Dudin is down to 33 seconds. With 8 moves to go, it's quite stressful. It's not too many moves, but 8 moves is still quite a bit. And yeah, 80's is doing great with 20 minutes on the clock. If we look at the position right now, Black's king is quite exposed, so that is worrisome. But if we look at the material, Black has an extra exchange, the rook against the knight. So Black is up material, and I see a target. The pawn on g2 can be a target. So let's say rook g8 to target the pawn on g2. The queen is already very well placed, but this knight is in the way. This knight is really strong. Another move that comes to mind is rook e6 to play rook g6. That seems like the most straightforward way to proceed. But the problem is here for Black that the knights of white are so strong. Right now, this knight on h2 is not doing much, but soon it will enter the game again through f3, and perhaps it can jump to g5. This knight can jump to f6. The knights are quite tricky. I believe 80's played the move rook to e6. That's on the board. What is Dudin going to play? Because he doesn't have so much time left on the clock. If Dudin survives the time trouble, then he might be fine. But for now, his position is definitely worrisome. Queen to c7. Wow. That is not a move I expected. Because we want to involve this knight into the game. We want to move this knight forward. Because the knight on h2, I guess it's still having the purpose of defending the position a little bit. It might come in handy to have the knight here to cover the g4 square. But for now, I would prefer to have it on f3 personally. But okay, queen c7 is played. The reason why queen c7 is played, I think to poke a little bit, to try to create some counterplay, you have to do something. But I would be thinking about rook g6 here with Black. It makes sense to continue with the plan. Maybe if white is trying to pick up the pawn on a6, that could be an idea. But for now, it's tricky. We see Dudin on the screen here, has been playing amazing in this tournament. Oh, we see a result. Board 4, Nicolas Kacharava draws against Haig Martirosyan. What a result. Once again for Nicolosi. We see the players leaving the board now on the screen. I believe that Haig was not happy with this result. He probably wanted to win this game with the white pieces against a low-rated player. But Nicolosi, he's had a fantastic tournament so far. He has been winning his games. He's been making draws when necessary. And honestly, I think it's because of his preparation. When we were looking at his games earlier in the tournament, every single time he had the perfect preparation to end up in a position where his opponent has nothing more than a draw. And if they would continue the game, it's at their own risk, and that's very dangerous. So yeah, once again, with the black pieces, he manages to get into a position that is highly to end up in a draw, a big chance to end up in a draw, and that's also what happened here. I just want to quickly go through the moves again to see what happened, because obviously, despite the fact that the beginning of the game, the end game, the opening, was quite a drawish one, there's always something possible. It's not that every single time this opening ends up in a draw. So let's have a look what happened. So the king got active of black, which makes sense. Black has to try to create some play on the queen side. I'm just scrolling through the moves real quick just so that we have an idea what happened. So we got into this endgame with knight against bishop and a pair of rooks on the board. White got active, but there's not much that white really has, because as the white rook got active, at the same time black gets active too. So here the rooks are active and pieces are being traded, well, the pawns are being traded, and here black is simply capturing this pawn. Wow, there's simply not much that the players can do. Also good to note that if this rook would have gone back here, then the king moves forward, and since the rook on the second rank is cutting off the king here, it is possible for white to end up in a bad position if they're not careful. So that's why white had to defend, and here black was just winning the pawn back, and basically white's pawns were too weak. This is the problem, and this is why a draw was decided after all. It makes sense, because if white doesn't quickly finish this game, it's very worrisome to deal with the knight and the rook here against the king, where white doesn't really have any play. It's really difficult to see how this bishop can activate. Almost all the pawns are in dark squares. The rook is offside, is not participating in the game currently. So yeah, it makes sense that the game ended in a draw. And once again, another fantastic result for Nicolas Kacharava. Wow, I'm very impressed by his play this term. It's been fantastic. Board 5, they reached the 14th move already. Black is in a much better position here, which is super exciting, but we will get to this board later, as there's other boards with huge time trouble happening. Just going through the games real quick. I see that some draws have been played before. Okay. All right, let's go back to this game, because here I see the biggest time scramble with Dudin down to 44 seconds. So we left off at rook e6, queen c7, rook g6. Okay, so it has this clear plan, target the pawn on g2, what else, right? We just attack the king, rook f2, and here the solid move f6, stopping any sort of knight g5 from happening. Makes perfect sense. And now knight f1 was played. So this knight is trying to maneuver around, perhaps. White is trying to get the knight to g3. Yeah, I guess it's a good idea to get the knight to g3, attacking the pawn h5, also blocking the g file. Very good idea. And yeah, what is black going to play here? I guess you would want to push the f-pawn, perhaps, also to stop any of this knight g3 ideas. But it has plenty of time. It is so important that when your opponent is low on time, it's important to not play too quickly. Like, you need to find a balance between playing too quickly, but also not spend too much time, because you don't want to give your opponent that much time to think on your time. So you have to find a way to balance this and not get lured into playing too quickly. Because if your opponent plays quickly, and because of that, like, let's say your opponent is low on time, and because of that they play quickly, if you then also start playing quickly, they might somehow outplay you. So then you will regret not having spent enough time on your moves. So you want to be careful, just take your time, but obviously you don't want to spend all your time to give the opponent the opportunity to spend time on your time. And yeah, obviously you don't want to end up in time trouble yourself. So time management is so important. There's so many factors to it. And yeah, that's why classical chess is just beautiful. There's so much that comes to classical chess, so much that comes with it. And yeah, it's not just making good moves, it's also having enough time to think of making good moves. All right, Adis, I believe he was about to make a move. He seemed to be ready to make a move, and he's reaching for the piece. I believe that was rook to g4. I believe he played rook to g4, attacking the pawn on h4. Interesting move. Was it knight to g3? Oh, this game is getting tense. All right, that is indeed on the board, knight to g3. So what happens if rook takes h4? Because that seems like a logical move to me. Rook takes h4. Probably something to do with the fact that the knight gets to f5. I think knight f5 is very dangerous. So after rook takes h4, knight f5, rook to g4, we see the eval bar go up because there is knight e7. Actually, maybe queen h2 actually, because you're attacking this pawn. Oh, wow. And then the queen gets activated. Wow, very tricky stuff. There's also knight h6. Very interesting. Yeah, this is too risky. So taking that pawn is asking for trouble. Oh, Adis played a move. He played f5. He played f5, and did he stand up? Wow. His opponent is low on time, and he still stood up after making his move. f5 is on the board. The knight is under attack, and it's not easy to find a good move here because black is ready to push f4. And the whole formation with the knights is falling apart because f4, after f5, the knight has to move, then f4, then this knight has to move, and the knights will not be able to help each other. Or if they try to help each other, then the king will be lonely and desperate for help. So knight g5 was actually played. And now it is Adis' his turn. Is he going to play f4? He can also take the pawn on h4. If he takes the pawn on h4, then at least there's no more knight f5. That's why it was important to play f5. But it is also possible to play f4 and then take the pawn h4, and then you have the opportunity to play f3 at some point, breaking the position open to get as much attack as possible. He's reaching for a move. What is he going to do? Oh, he took the pawn. Rook takes h4 is played. I believe he moved the knight e2 or f1. Probably e2, knight e2, which makes sense to maneuver. Okay, before we continue with this game, I'm being told that we have a guest joining in. So we're taking a very short break to get my co-host into the studio, and we will be right back after a short break, a very short one. Okay.
It's very difficult to do it.
I know. Hello everyone, welcome back after a short break because now I am joined by KETI again. KETI, welcome back to the studio. It is time for time travel and we already have some results coming in. So let's jump into the action right away.
Yeah, we have 2 results already on the top boards, right, ANNA-MAJA?
Yes, we do. I just shared with the viewers that Nicolas Kacharava drew against Haik Martirosyan, which was very impressive. Once again, his preparation just works out. He knows exactly what to play against his opponents, and he manages to get the result that he needs.
Yeah, this is very impressive. He's so well prepared. And being among the leaders for already so many last rounds, especially, it's amazing. On the screen, we do have a very young player representing Hungary, Grandmaster Dudin Lab, against Grandmaster Gurel. It's 1 minute on the clock, right, for white?
Yes, it's so tense.
But is it one last move before the
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but already black is pressing and is up the exchange, but it's not so easy because the knights are so strong here, right? So it's difficult to break through with black, but yeah, it is doing really good so far. But let's see if he can press for more.
Very interesting position, right?
Yes.
The knights are perfectly well placed, but black has extra exchange. And white has some counter chances as well. Definitely white has no time, and he really needs this extra 30 minutes on the clock.
Yes. Yeah, very stressful. I suggest we just take a look at the board 1 game because there it's also getting the plays are long in time. What is happening here?
So interesting.
Yeah.
Here is a serious time pressure, still 7 moves to go. Knight versus bishop.
This bishop came probably from c8 because it went this route and then it came back to life. But I'm still worried here for black because this knight is long-term a fantastic piece. So black really needs to create chances on the king side here.
Yeah, that's why king f7 has been played here to bring the rook on g8 or maybe on h8 too. And another game has been ended. This is our 5th board.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, Dehtiarov won his game against Maxime Lagarde. What a fantastic result for the young player. And I believe that Dehtiarov already scored a grandmaster norm.
Really?
Yes, because he had like more than 2,700 performance.
Look at theirs. I think they're friends and they were smiling. It was so cute moment. Wow. We can catch up with this game later on to see what happened.
Yes.
Maybe we can just now focus on the live games. King of has been played by David Anton to get away from the G file. Now it is Abasov's turn to decide rook goes on G8 or rook goes to H8. Maybe H8 and H3 later on.
Yes. Yeah. Black just made a move. Indeed, rook H8 was played. Abasov going for the attack. I love that this is such a fighting game. Both players want to win. It's amazing to see. Neither of them want to make a draw, and you can tell based on how they're playing today. It's amazing. They both want to go for the glory. And yeah, it's a big deal to win this tournament. And winning this game would be so important.
Oh, it's a huge title, you know. If I win European Championship, this I will put in my CV right away,
Yes,
or like
absolutely.
update my Twitter account, the European champion or something. So it's such a big thing. What was it?
Rook to G1, which is a big mistake, allowing the move G4, which locks the king side for white because you cannot enter the king side anymore.
Yes, and there's only one open file, and it's controlled by the black.
Oh my goodness!
And Abasov has a very good 3 minutes and 50 seconds to figure it out. It is important for him not to make the move very fast, but also ANNA-MAJA, like he has no G takes A4. I think it's pretty much forced move.
Yeah, there's no other move. I mean, you're not going to defend the pawn. If you have the opportunity to play G4, you're going to.
Exactly. So G takes F4 loses because of Queen G7. And I think David Anton already figured it out. The moment you make the blunder, you know in a second that it was a blunder.
Yeah.
But you can't take it back.
Wait, maybe I think there was a capture, KETI. I think this was captured.
No! Wait, it was in the...
I think we made a mistake.
Maybe we can just...
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
this was played.
And now...
Oh, okay. So the mistake wasn't made. There was no mistake.
Okay.
We were fooled.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a mistake by us.
By the PGN probably, because it was... First it was G takes F4, and then rook to
Yes,
H8.
exactly, yeah. Yeah, we missed this
Makes
move.
sense. Yeah, because David Anton is not someone who makes mistakes like
No,
that,
exactly.
right?
It's not in his character, not in his style, so...
Rook H4 now.
Okay. Okay, so now that white also has access on the G file, it's back to equal again, but I still see black pressing here. The pawn on D4 is hanging, so you have to be careful. Queen G3 was played.
Is it rook G4 now?
Has to be.
I offer a draw, he says.
Oh?
Oh, what? Without even thinking, he declines with 10 seconds on the clock? Oh no.
What? You really offered a draw?
Yeah,
Wow.
he could read it.
David Anton is not settling for a draw easily.
I speak no English. He didn't even reacted.
Wait, do you see him hesitate?
Oh.
I think he was about to play rook H4, but why was he hesitating?
Oh no. He has time, he has to figure it out. Sometimes when you get declined with a draw, you don't feel comfortable and you make mistake.
he
Rook
still
H4
makes
has been
it?
played. It's fine more, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're just repeating, I guess. I mean, how does David Anton get out of this?
Queen G3 has to be played.
Okay.
And now Rook G4 again, offering a draw. This is the second time repetition.
Rook G4 back. Queen H2, okay. So we're claiming the draw, right?
Yeah, because he cannot play Queen E3 because Queen H4 comes in.
You're right. He could still take the rook, but like with Queen G4, but yeah, it's a choice.
Yeah.
It's possible, but why would you do it?
Wait, after rook h4, that's pretty much... Unless he plays queen g2. No, it's too much, maybe.
So we had this position. Okay, so this happened for the second time. So
And after queen h4, queen g3, now it will be fourth time.
Yes, after rook
third
h4, he
time.
could play queen g2, I guess. If he really wants to step out of the repetition. It will be funny if Abasov plays a different move now.
Didn't get any time increment yet, but he's still burning his time. He can do that.
Yeah. It's the final move for him until he receives 30 more minutes on the clock. The clocks have a move counter, so as soon as they make move 40, they get 30 minutes added to the clock. So that's
pretty cool.
Yeah.
I am always struggling with the clocks which don't have that function, and first you have to...
You always doubt it. What if I
Yeah.
missed writing down one
I
move?
told you this story that my opponent asked me,
Yes.
why? And I told him, trust me. It
Trust
will
me.
end. And he was struggling to trust me.
It is difficult to trust your opponent.
He was looking at me, he was looking at the clock and me and clock, and like this, final 20 seconds lost forever for him, and I was like, it's okay.
Oh. Well, Abasov, what is it going to be? Rook h4, queen g5 is also possible, but yeah, you're not really...
Yeah.
I think it's
possible.
difficult to make progress with black because the bishop and queen is not easy to make progress when white also has an attacking piece, and you have to be careful that your king doesn't get in trouble all of a sudden.
And we have to be always careful about this knight, because like if queen and rooks are like traded, the b7 pawn is lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You cannot do this easily. Oh, he has 1 minute left. He has to make a move.
Yeah. He has to make a move.
Very soon.
$50.
Well, we're just waiting for his move, and
Oh, it took rook to g1.
it's on. The fight is on. Rook takes g1. We're here for a long time. You don't accept my draw offer? We're not doing this. Wow. And he is away from the board. Well, the players reach move 40, and it's gonna...
It's a good time to
It's gonna
leave the
take a
board.
while.
Yeah.
So let's jump around. Do we have another time scramble? Oh, Ivanchuk against Seaman.
Oh,
The chat,
what's happening?
the chat was saying that Ivanchuk was losing earlier. So let's quickly jump around.
He had really bad position.
Oh, this pawn should have been
Because
captured.
you can take on e5, knight f7 is a fork.
All right, the rook takes, king takes, and the knight f7. Okay. Bishop d4. Oh, this was still not easy. Okay, so Ivanchuk was just collecting some pawns. Rook g8 and g3. What a position. 4 pawns for white, 3 pawns for black. But those 2 pawns
Oh my
are
goodness,
quite
17
scary.
seconds for Ivanchuk. He better make a move because...
He's so scary with the time.
Yeah.
Bishop c5, knight takes h6 played. He has to move the rook somewhere.
I can see the Simon is already out.
He
the
made a
board.
move. Rook
Made a
f8.
move. Okay.
Okay, the players...
Can I play the f4 now?
Yeah. I like that.
Bishop f2 probably.
Oh, then this rook is going to check you. Rook takes d3, that's a problem. Otherwise,
it's
it
a
would have been
problem.
really nice. Yeah. Well, both players reached move 40. They survived the
both
time
left.
trouble. Both left the board. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this is a crazy position. I mean, this pawn is almost lost.
What has a beautiful chain of the pawns.
Yeah, those pawns are wonderful.
I wonder why the engine is so in the middle, you know, like why white is not winning here.
I guess because the knight is in such a weird place. That would be my guess. But otherwise, yeah, it's a bit of a strange situation. I would definitely pick the white
Ivanchuk is
pieces.
standing there. He is very much worried about his game.
Yes. Okay.
A lot of results, right?
Yeah.
Not too much draws today.
Daniel Darda won his game against Filippo Olsen. Maxim Rothstein won. Alexander Indic won. Jonas Pierre won his game. Okay. Very good. Okay, I believe all players have reached the 14th move, so no more time trouble, but we saw some big excitement in time trouble. It's so tense, but the players handled the time trouble well. And maybe Ivanchuk is going to survive this, but yeah, it's tricky. This can go anywhere.
It's really tricky. Most important is how the players are evaluating this position, right? What is the feeling? I was wondering what happens after f4 here in this position. What move should be played for black? Maybe a4, a3 to kick this pawn.
Yeah, good idea. Push the pawn as far as possible and hope for the best. Because when you push this pawn forward, it's really difficult for white, and you have to retreat with the rook and get passive. And then maybe you can start winning one of those pawns slowly. It helps that the pawns are on dark squares, so you can attack with your move, bishop f2. That move can come in handy, so perhaps that's why black has
a good counter play,
yeah.
And how Gurel is doing?
Let's go back here.
After the increment.
So f4 was played, knight to e4, queen f5, giving up the c6 pawn, but now rook g4 played. Okay, what is happening here? It's difficult to make progress with black. White is defending so well. The knights are so strong and good at defending. And also the pawn on f4. Yeah, it's a bit weak over there. There's always this queen h6 check in the position. Dudin already down to 21 minutes. Yeah, it's a difficult position to play with white. Perhaps it is possible to defend, but practically very difficult. And you have to be very smart here about your moves.
Exactly. I would just repeat again that my favorite classical time control was recently in the tournament where I played in Reykjavik. After 40 moves, you're getting only 15 minutes, not half an hour. And it's such a great thing because it's not changing that much. Of course, you get some time. A little bit time to at least to figure it out what is happening, but still you're gonna get another time trouble very soon.
Yes,
you know.
You have to be careful.
I found it so nice to play and to also to witness. It's not so long game, you know. This half an hour makes a huge difference.
It's a big difference. Yes.
Ivanchuk walking, thinking, not very happy about his position. Suleimanli won his game and he joined the leaders as well as Roman Tetiarov.
Yes, such a great, insane performance by Roman. I mean, he won against such strong players. He already scored a Grandmaster Norm with his incredible performance. And now he beats another strong Grandmaster, and not just any Grandmaster, but Maxime Lagarde, also a very strong player.
Yeah, a player who is not really often losing the game, right?
Yes.
I have not seen him losing.
Tetiarov is gaining 34 points at least in this tournament.
Very close to get 2500 rating value.
Yeah, I believe he's maybe winning even more points if I check chess results real quick. I think he might be very close to 2500 like this. Okay, he's up 31 points, but with this win, close to 40, right?
Yeah, yeah. And he needs
30 something, yeah.
30. Oh,
No, he needs 48 points, so
48.
he will not be able to reach 2500 with this tournament, but
maybe if he wins tomorrow again.
it's difficult with K10, right? He has
Oh,
to,
he's K10.
yeah, tricky. Yeah.
Because he's getting how much after beating 2600?
Maybe like 6-7 points. Yeah, he's getting 7 points from this, so he'll be up 38 points. So he will just be short a little bit.
Ah,
But okay, I mean he's like super close to 2500, so that will be fantastic. What is? He's still thinking. Wow. Still thinking. What is? What are the candidate moves here for white? Because
that's a good question.
f3 is on its way. If not f3, then there's also an h-pawn ready to attack. Knight e5. So what can the white do here? If you play, let's say you play a passive move like knight d2. I just want to defend. Already the computer does not like knight d2 whatsoever. Yeah, I guess the problem is that this knight is getting really active. Pairing f3. And for example, knight e5, you might think you're losing the pawn, but then there's knight f3 check, and you lose the
It's
queen.
a queen, yeah. And after queen h6 check, there is no more checks actually. You can just play king g8 and that's it.
Yeah.
And the queen rook g6 is a threat now. You can drop the queen.
Wow.
It's so funny.
Wow. Yeah, that is impressive. Yeah, so that's why very difficult to find a move here. Fortunately, white has extra time now to think. Otherwise, this would be like a typical position where with 30 seconds on the clock, you make a blunder and that's it.
What about this this move? Rook f4? Rook f4, knight f4?
Rook f4, rook takes,
f4, knight
knight
f4.
takes, and if queen takes, the knight on d7 is hanging.
And after queen f1 check, you just play king h2.
And it's fine. Wow. That's so difficult
King
to
rook
assess.
g8.
And queen h3 is the only move to defend this pawn. There's no other way.
Yeah.
If you push, let's say g3.
h4.
You can pick up this pawn.
With a
the
check.
zigzag.
Maybe later a2, then come back and play h4.
Yes, exactly. You just take some pawns along the way. And also, once you grab the pawn on d3, the knight is not so strong anymore. So we need to stop this knight from being strong and neutralize it. Then black should be winning. So you have to be really careful here with white, which is why Dudin is spending so much time here. Very critical position. Is he going to take on f4? He still needs to find some
I
good
think
moves
this is the only way to deal this position. Otherwise, black is really strong.
Yeah.
Either knight f4 or rook to f4, but you have to see this queen h3 in the end of the line.
Yes, correct. Yeah. And it might be difficult from this position to
distance,
calculate
yeah.
all of that.
Yeah. Do you want to check out what's happening in the Abasov
Yes.
David Anton?
Let's take a look. Okay, so the rooks have been traded. And now, and now I'm curious if either side can create any play here. Obviously, black doesn't want to trade queens, as you mentioned. The pawn on b7 is lost, so you cannot afford to trade queens here. Perhaps he can find some attack together with the bishop, but yeah.
I'm afraid if this king managed to hide on a4 somewhere.
Oh, yes, all the way to
Yeah.
a4. Yeah, that is scary.
Very interesting.
Yeah, also this pawn d4 is very well defended by the queen.
Let's say I play queen h5 here.
Okay.
King d2.
Okay.
Queen h6. King c3. Queen h3. King b2, and there's no more checks.
Yeah. I guess this game will end up in a draw anyway because it's just difficult for either side to make progress. I guess you can bring the queen closer, let's say queen f3 to play check here. Yeah.
Let's say if I could play queen c1 or queen h2, for instance.
Stopping any check on the second
yeah, and I
rank.
want to also give some checks.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess you can play queen d1, attacking the pawn d4 and threatening another check. But yeah, the point is that either side can always set up many opportunities to give checks, and either you defend and then you don't have the checks anymore.
Yeah, I'm
or-
surprised
yeah.
that Abasov went to this position,
I know,
right?
right? Yes.
Was there queen to g2 and that's why he decided not to go there?
I'm actually curious if we go back a little bit. Why did he not play rook h4 again here? This would have been a threefold repetition.
Yeah, after queen f2. Sorry, queen
Queen
g2.
g3.
Yeah, queen g3 is a draw, yeah, but queen g2.
Yeah, I wonder what he didn't like about rook g4 again. Because if you move the queen, there's queen h4, and that is quite lost.
There's only queen h2 again, because
Yeah.
queen f3, queen rook f4 again. Queen h1, rook f4, h4 again. Wow.
Queen h1. Now we're going for the win. I think Diva Bar is a little too optimistic about this. But
Kind of similar position.
similar,
though.
yeah, exactly. I think it would end up in a similar position. Abasov is reaching for a move.
He's going queen to h3.
Okay, makes sense.
So if now white takes on b7, there will be some checks on d3.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
When queens are on the board, it will be always kind of equal, I think.
I
If
think
the
so
queens are
too.
traded, then this is the only way to lose this game. Wow. Do you want to check out what happened in the game of Lagarde?
Yes, let's take a look. We have some time now. If we go back, when Aloisa was doing commentary, I was also following this game. Earlier, when we were commentating on this game, it was this theoretical line, and with this king on g1, Maxime basically said, "I'm not taking a draw," because he had the opportunity after. If we go back a little bit more, it was in this position. Bishop g3 check, king g1, bishop d6.
King
And here
f3.
Maxime played bishop d3, initiating that he is not going for a draw, because he could have played king f2, which would have been accepting the repetition. It would have probably been a draw then. But no, he went for bishop d3. The game went on, and slowly Kacharava was getting a better position, as it is really difficult for white to play here.
Yeah, with this king and the rook on h1.
And here queen d3 was the losing move already, because bishop takes h2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a big miss.
wow.
Because if rook takes, there is queen g3 check, and either you lose the rook, or after king h1 you have this, and the rook gets into the attack with rook takes g4. And you cannot defend this.
It's impossible to survive.
Yeah, and obviously if king takes, there's queen f2, and then this is going to be checkmate. So that's why bishop takes h2 was such a strong move, cannot be captured, and the game went on, but this is obviously quite a bad position for white. The king is on a run. There were still some inaccuracies made, but in the end, yeah, black just has a crushing position here. It's so difficult to fight back with white. d5, knight e5. Wow. Knight f3. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, white is permanently dealing with this pawn on h2. After takes. White did capture the pawn because might as well to try to get some counterplay. But after this, I mean, black just needs to make a few good moves to convert, and it's not that difficult, especially at this level.
Yeah.
Rook d5, rook takes d6, and that was lights out because obviously nice pin here. Rook takes e5, rook takes e2, and this is completely winning.
It forces trade of the rooks now after rook to
Yes,
d6.
and there's no more counterplay for white, which was reason enough for Maxim to resign. So huge result for Detjarov. He is fighting for those top places now. It's incredible. An international master has already gotten a GM norm now in this tournament, and he is fighting for the top places. These top boards are fighting for the World Cup qualification spots. I believe if I check the results, so Detjarov on 7 points, now on 8 points. After this win, he will have 8 points. We saw from last year that 7.5 points was the mark to qualify to the World Cup.
Yeah.
Some players missed out on it while having 7.5 points, so you need to have really good tie breaks to qualify with 7.5 points. But those with 8 points and higher, they secured their qualification for the World Cup. So with this win, Detjarov has a really good chance to qualify for the World Cup no matter what.
I think he has already secured it.
I think so too.
Together with Iden Sulaimanli, they have 8 points.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm just quickly going through the game of Kazakuski and Sulaimanli to see how Sulaimanli won, because as we have seen so far in this tournament, he makes any position interesting. He finds tricks and ideas in the most dry positions, in the most equal positions. He still finds a way to get some play and win and trick his opponent. So it's truly incredible. And here, I believe it was the London system, and he found some counterplay with e5, and here, wow, knight b3, it allowed the move h5. If you take this pawn, I'm guessing there is some,
I would take on d4.
Right, queen takes, pawn takes.
If you
and
take
if
with
knight
knight,
takes, there's
yeah.
check.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, it's incredible how white has no attack here on the king side, or not enough. So that's why d takes e5 was played instead. Now a check, not taking back. I would pre-move this instantly.
Yeah.
But no, he gives a check, king f1, c5. Wow, he's just
Opens up the
ignoring
bishop.
this. King g2. Wow. Now he captures the pawn. And he's slowly maneuvering around. I mean, he has a nicer position. His position is much more pleasant. Queen is heading to h3 now.
This queen has been traveling around to bother the king. First on the queen
Yes.
side, now on the king side.
It's so
Yeah.
impressive. And this was a big mistake because it allows rook takes e3.
What if I take?
Good question.
d4 in the end.
Queen takes, rook takes, king takes.
There's
to
also
be
queen
some-
e5, queen b2.
I think there is rook takes. I think there is d4.
d4, king d4, and
I was thinking of check, queen f4,
Queen
and
f4.
queen f3.
yeah.
But queen e5 is also very strong indeed because you take on b2. And the king doesn't have good squares.
Yeah. There's no coordination between the rooks yet, so
Right.
I can use that.
Rook d3, b4, and queen f4. And this was reason enough for white to resign. Wow. A stunning win once again by Iden Suleimanli. He does it again. He has been playing so well this tournament. It's
Very
so
impressive
incredible to
player.
see. Yeah, and he is also now on 8 points.
Yeah, and he's winning also rating, right? For sure.
I would be surprised. Yeah, he's winning 9 points.
9 points
but
only,
with this
but
win,
yeah.
a little bit more.
Yeah, but it's his performance in 27-32.
Yeah,
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I think he plays at that level, to be honest, like 2700 level.
Yeah, 100%. Wow. Okay, so indeed, rook takes. Well, first knight takes f4 was played by Gleb Dudin. Knight takes, rook takes, queen takes. Indeed, this line is
Oh, they
played.
went here.
Yes, they did. Queen
Oh.
f4 check and g3.
Oh, white is ambitious.
Yes.
Not repeating.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow, wait. That's not something I saw happening. Wow, g3. So now it's on 80s to decide how to
I
proceed
love how
here.
ambitious these players are, you know.
Yes.
It's amazing that they are playing against the pieces, not against the opponent. You know,
Yes.
just or maybe they play against opponents and they want to beat a strong opponent. Wow, very impressive.
It's actually quite tricky here because this knight on e4 is so strong once again, and with this king so exposed, it's pretty worrisome here. I mean, for now the knight has to stay on e4, but while this knight is here, it's difficult for black to make progress. This pawn is also weak. Black's pawns are quite weak. The only pawn that can be of use is this pawn to try to open the king here, but I
Can
don't
we go
see
queen
much.
c1 here?
Yeah, I was wondering queen c1.
Because I want to take queen c2 with a check.
Yeah, and I cannot defend this.
But the problem with that is that after king to h3,
King
there's no
safe.
more. Yeah, check. So
Right,
we
so
can
you
go
can-
queen d6, I guess.
Okay,
Attack the rook.
attacking the rook and the pawn here.
So queen c2,
Yeah, this would be a problem, I think.
king h3.
Apparently it's fine.
Yeah, and
But I would
now
not
queen
feel-
and rook are not connected.
Yeah, I would feel very worried here with black.
With black, yeah?
Yeah. This is
Knight can also
scary.
just jump on g5 later on with the queen on h6, so it can get really tricky.
Yes, it's very scary. Yeah, I guess what worries me the most is Dudin's time. He's down to 12 minutes against Idis's 30 minutes. For now, it's fine, but later on, this might become a problem. But for now, very stable position. He has all the squares covered that is necessary to cover. White has a lot of counterplay. So, yeah, let's see how Idis figures out how to make progress here, because that's very important. He's
And he
reaching.
goes queen. Yeah, he has to move the queen.
He's not decided yet what he would do. He's playing queen g4, offering the...
And the first board has ended. We can see
Oh.
2 kings in the center.
Okay, after all, the game ended in a draw.
And he's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I haven't heard you offered me a draw. Did you offer me a draw?
Has this ever
And
happened to
Abasov
you?
like, no, I was copying.
Have you ever had this ever happen to you? You offered a draw and your opponent didn't hear you?
I don't believe so.
No?
Because I don't very often offer a draw. Just don't like to offer a draw. Me neither. Because every time I offer a draw, I'm getting rejected, and I was like, "What the hell? I just don't offer a draw. I just make it." But like, also, I'm kind of player that I don't like to communicate much during the game. When my opponent offers me a draw, I don't respond. I don't like to respond, and I don't
Yes.
like when my opponents are responding. When I offer a
Yes.
draw, I prefer them to make the move.
Yes, just continue playing.
And continue, because I was like, it can be very awkward. Let's play.
Yes.
Let's play a little bit.
Yeah.
Like it's very awkward way of the communication.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
And I know that some players, they found it rude not to answer
Yes.
back. So
I never answer.
yeah, I don't answer as well. I don't know why. Maybe this is how I have been taught, and I've been always doing it, and I think it's right. But I just don't like when my opponent says something like, "Okay, let's play a little bit." Like, like what does mean little
Yes.
bit? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I recently had a situation when I actually pretended that I didn't hurt.
That's another way.
Yes, because I felt so insulted the way how my opponent offered me a draw.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I was like, I will just not even digest it, you know? So it was
Wow.
like really equal position, and my opponent had way less rating than me,
Oh.
And she made the move without any eye contact, without offering a draw. She made a move and said draw, like looking at the position and pressed the clock. And I was like,
Don't you dare.
I was planning to win anyway that position too.
Yeah.
So it was very unpleasant. I don't know, something was unpleasant about that. I think maybe I was just not comfortable the way how it, because usually you want to have an eye contact at least so you know that your opponent heard it.
Yes.
Very often when I get the draw offer, I like to put on the score sheet.
Yes.
You know, draw sign, we can do that. So the opponent knows that you heard.
Yes.
You know, there can be some situation that someone just said it differently and you didn't heard. So yeah, it was really awkward moment, you know, like draw, like what the hell draw? What are you playing for? And I just made a move without even, you know, that's the only one last case. What
Okay.
about you?
I only remember like many years ago when I was like, I don't know, 8, 9 years old. I was playing one of the local rapid tournaments among like kids, you know, like very small tournament, but very, you know, like I was playing those very regularly to be in shape. And even if it was against weaker players, I was still having a lot of fun. And I remember I was playing against someone, he was like a few years older than me, but he was weaker than me, but I was in a really bad position. I was completely losing. And then I offered a draw, but I was like, you know, so young and tiny, and I was a little scared. So, you know, I said it in a very soft voice.
So cute.
And I think later I beat him. And then afterwards, people were like, why did you not accept the draw offer? And then he was like, what draw offer? He didn't hear me.
Oh no.
So maybe he would have accepted the draw offer just because he doesn't want to give up or like he doesn't want to like lose all of a sudden, just to be sure that he would have the draw. But yeah, it was crazy that he didn't hear the draw offer at all. But yeah, I was very young and I was very like shy, you know. But yeah, it happened. So that's why you want to make sure that your opponent hears you well. Yeah. So yeah, that happened. Yeah, I also don't like offering draws these days, so I don't have to worry about this.
Yeah, I just don't offer, so I don't have to bother.
Even when I repeat a few times, I just wait for my opponent to claim or to offer the draw. At some point, I'm like, okay, well, I'll ask it, okay. But I try not to do it. I don't know. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. So.
It's better to just keep on playing and to see what you can.
That's why I always play long games. I think you also like to play long games.
Yes.
Okay. We have already top 5 boards. 4 of them has been ended. This is the final position. We have, and very likely this will also just end in a draw, as they set up the game we're talking about, Gurel against Dudin. We have them on the board.
Yeah, this game seems to be heading to a draw as well, as it's so difficult for black to make any progress. The knight is so strong. If you overpush with black, then you might have a problem with your king. Let's see what maybe they're repeating moves here. Queen e2 check, king h2, h3. Is AD's going to repeat?
I think they're repeating.
Yes, they are repeating. So this game might end in a draw right now. You see him checking the score sheet to see if it was already repeated many times. So queen g4 is on the board. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
they agree. And the game ended in a draw. Wow. Very well done by Dudin. He seems to... it seemed like he was in trouble and he was low in time. His position wasn't great. He was down exchange, but he had enough counterplay and used that so well to his advantage. And he managed to make a draw against Edis Gurel. Tough game for Edis. I'm sure he was looking forward to have more of this game, but it wasn't enough. His opponent played very well today and defended very well. And in the end, a draw, I think, is a wise decision.
Yeah, very nice game played by Gleb. He's 100 point below rated and also a newcomer to the top level chess tournament. So it's very nice.
Yeah, very nice to see up and coming talents join the field and also the top places. So these players are still fighting for the World Cup qualification. The players will have 7.5 points, I believe. So they're looking forward to probably getting more tomorrow. 7.5 points still may not be enough, might be, but just to be sure, you want to have more points.
And it's actually everyone's, especially young players' dream to qualify to the World Cup. We have a handshake here, a very special guest at this tournament. We have few guests coming, and we had Dr. Zoltan Polyansky, who is from Hungary Chess Federation, and he greeted his the player. One of the leaders, actually, of this tournament. Alongside with the main event, which we have on the screen, we also had the Blitz tournament, which we hang out there on the break, and it was so nice. And sometimes I feel that everything is happening at the same time, and I wish that we have separate events, so we could also just play. And in fact, in the morning there was another Blitz tournament.
Yes, yeah, I only found out about this 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's so crazy, right? Yeah. Today we had 3 chess tournaments in this area, so that's
it's fantastic.
Actually pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's great, and we were visiting there and see how the environment is. It was amazing, and I also heard that the Blitz tournament was a big success this morning. So. Yeah, it's great to see that there are so many side activities. Some of the participants from the classical tournament also participated in the tournament in the morning.
Wow, really?
So, yes.
Oh, wow, they have a lot of energy.
Yes, I would not be able to do this.
No, neither me.
So that was very impressive. But it's fun to play Blitz on the side. And it's good to just do something else outside of the chess, because the routine for the players, it must be crazy, you're in quite a strict routine to be good in good shape for the game. The games are lasting for so many hours, and you need to stay sharp, need to have energy. So you try to remain focused as much as you can. But fortunately for the players, they do have 2 rest days for this.
They had 2 rest days, and also they had some kind of side activities too. They played paddle games, both of the rest days, and our co-host Alojzije Jankovic was one of the participants of the paddle games. I also got invited for the paddle games, and in fact, we have to train as well, ANNA-MAJA, for the paddle. It's
Really?
like a very fancy game at the chess tournament. Like everybody plays paddle, and you can get actually invited to the paddle games with some of the top players playing it. So I was just thinking a few months ago that it's such a extra activity at the chess tournament that if you are a paddle player, like, you can get connected.
Wow.
At the event. So I'm looking for the paddle courts here in Katowice to train a little bit and then to be in the team.
Okay, very exciting. I've never played paddle, so I would be looking forward to see how it is.
Yeah, it used to be football earlier, like players like to play football. Then it used to be tennis, but for the last 2 years already, just players are crazy for paddle games.
Yeah, I heard a lot recently.
Yeah, so think about it.
Okay, I will. Let's go back to the games. We have Vasily Lifanchuk on the screen against Jakub Seeman. This game is crazy. I mean, we look at the position. We left off when they reached move 40, and
They have not made only just 2 moves, right?
Yes, and they already spent half of their time.
Yeah.
They received 30 minutes extra, and well, they already spent half of it, more than half even. Knight g4 was played defending the pawn on f2. You can still take it though, but that's such a crazy endgame if you then take. Yeah, with black I would instantly take here, just for the sake of it. I'm just scared of the pawns.
I'll also take it.
Yeah, I don't see how black can make any sort of play happen here. I mean, if you try to win here, it's crazy. Maybe he's calculating some lines. Let's say you can play rook a8, and then push the pawn. And then if you get bishop d4, and you just promote.
How
That's
about you push the pawn right
scenario.
away?
Okay. Yeah, I guess we could take the pawn here.
I go
e3.
a3.
Yeah, already a2 is a big threat, so I think I have to retreat.
a2, king, rook to a1.
Now I'm
A8.
wondering, rook a8.
Oh.
Okay, the computer does not like this move whatsoever, because knight f6 check, and the knight retreats.
For a knight maybe c3 and then pick up the a2 pawn.
Exactly,
And you have extra
yes.
3 pawns on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, very complicated position. I really wonder what Ivanchuk is going to play here. It's such a crazy position.
His usual posture, yeah, he likes to dive into the variations.
Yeah, this game I think is going to, it will go down the wire. It's going to be a long game, I think. It's going to be very exciting. Let's hop around a little bit to see how the actions on the other boards, because these players are also fighting for the World Cup qualification.
Yeah.
This is Gumular against Eisenberg. This is the top Polish board. Board 6 is reserved for the top Polish player. Very exciting that, this tournament is held in Poland. It's so good for the Polish players. And yeah, having one board reserved for a Polish player is a fantastic
it's pretty
idea.
cool, yeah. It's pretty cool to
it's
support
amazing.
the local players. And there's also the prize for the best Polish player, prize for best women players, and also senior players as well. So it's nice to support everyone in the tournament.
Yeah. This game looks quite equal to me. White has 4 pawns, so I would think that White is trying to press for a win here, but yeah, with the amount of checks in the position, Queen h6 check, it's not easy to avoid all those checks.
Yeah, that's one thing. And another thing is if I just play Queen to f2, for instance, how White is really going to win.
Yeah, good question.
Oh,
King
yeah,
f8?
King f8, yeah.
You can even play King f8. Wow. Because after Queen g6 or Queen h5, there will be some checks, I guess. Or this king can get really active, maybe. But yeah, with the king on f8, there's nothing happening.
Yeah, and if you play Queen h5 here, and if you play Queen h8, then still after King f7, there's not much happening. So
Yeah.
this extra pawn that doesn't really look like an extra.
Yeah, It's doubled pawns, and there's not much happening here. So
Shall we take a look next board, Muradli against
Yes.
Meshkovs?
also zeros. Okay. Muradli against Meshkovs. Let's see what's happening in this. Oh,
Ooh,
just as we joined in.
it happened.
Oh no. Okay, so before here, there's a lot of pressure on this pawn on g6.
If you play rook f5, I will play rook g6.
Right, very nice.
Yeah.
Rook takes g6, and it's a check, so we have to
Takes.
take, and then queen takes, and then we take this
Yeah,
rook, and we're
yeah.
happy.
You're very happy.
Okay, so that's why rook takes f5 is not happening. So this is under huge pressure. If we play g5, I would be worried that the same thing happens. Rook takes g5. Oh, then you just take on e5
Take,
right
yeah.
away. Okay.
So queen e7 happened.
Queen e7 happened is very logical move, but it's not the best move. It's allowing white to take on g6.
Maybe his plan is to play h5.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then rook g5 and rook g6 to pick it up. Fine.
Right. I guess the problem is that this king is very vulnerable here. You can play rook d4 here, support the pawn to move forward. Yeah, this is very difficult. I guess black had to be more active and go for something with counterplay. Because this is very passive, and you admit that, okay, there's a problem here, and now I have to try defending. And that is not always a good idea. So I think here it was critical that black had some counterplay in some way. Actually, f takes g5, was that really a threat? I'm just thinking because there's rook h5, right? Because the queen is taking away the g1 square for the king to escape. So let's say we move the king here.
It's a good point.
Pawn
actually.
takes, and do we have rook h5?
Queen, rook
You have rook h4 here. And it's
and
fine.
f6 is hanging.
So instead we take back, and if rook takes, now you have rook h5.
It's winning.
Yes, now it's winning. So that's why this would have been fine. But this is very difficult to find, right? I mean, king f8 is such a subtle move.
With the heavy pieces still on the board. You don't
Yeah,
play king
it's
f8.
not an easy move to make. So, yeah, it's not surprising.
I just read the chat. That's so mean, Katie. Probably offer draw.
Yeah, I think so.
Because we have guys 15 minutes delay, so we're gonna see some of your comments after 15 moves. I know, it's mean. I know. I'm not very proud. I might sound proud, but I'm not. But I'm not also not sorry. So
We don't blame you.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, queen e7 is a very logical move, and I believe not a move has not been played yet. No, this is the position right now. Okay, very interesting position. Let's see if Muradli can find the winning approach. F takes g6 is very logical. So I expect that to happen soon.
Yeah. Wonder what white is thinking. Is there any move like rook d4, d6? But that's so unnecessary.
Yeah, with this pawn hanging here, it just feels right to play this move. Maybe he's trying to understand what the opponent wants. Why
Yeah,
did they
sometimes
play
you don't
queen
understand.
Yeah.
It's taking the pawn on g6. Like plays rook to h5 right away.
Oh, right away. Oh.
Oops, that's
King g1 played immediately. So I assume queen c5 check will be played.
queen f2 and rook h1.
I think he
Game
didn't
over.
expect king g1 because I think he had like a little frown on his face.
But what's the point after queen c5? Queen f2 and rook h1.
Yes.
So king f1.
So king f1 and the king is on the run.
After king e2, there is no more. There's one
You can
more
go
check.
back. very tricky.
Sometimes,
Did he calculate all of this.
I think he just blundered King G1 because probably he was looking at Queen F2 and Rook H1. And
Yeah,
stopped.
he probably just thought, oh, this can't be played. This is not right. But now it's on the board, and if your opponent makes this move and is not losing on the spot, it means that, okay, wait, there's something going on. So now he's realizing that, wait, it's not that easy, actually. It's not that simple, and he's running out of checks.
He's not only running out of the checks, but also after all these moves, when there's no more check, Black is actually struggling.
Yes.
Because if we play H6, then Queen B8 comes, and there will be some checkmate threats on the board.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Muratli stood up because he knows.
He's very happy.
He's winning. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, what a moment there that we tuned in to, because it seemed fine at first, but suddenly the position turned out to be very tricky. And yeah, that is why it's so fun to analyze games based on the positions and just trying to understand what is going on, what are White's ideas, what are Black's ideas, and quickly you realize that White was actually pressing, and the lines that Black was supposed to find were not easy at all.
It was not easy at all. Like, even if you have more time, it's just like in this part of a day, you're already quite tired to figure it out, all these nuances.
Yeah.
So Queen to C5 has happened.
King F1. Yeah, the problem is, so let's say this check here, King E2, you still have Queen E7 check, but after King D2, no more check for you. E1 is covered. There's no other square to give a check.
And on the other hand, Queen B8, G takes H7, it's coming.
Yep.
G7
There's
is coming.
D6.
D6, oh my goodness. It's really, really, really tough now.
Yeah. It's incredible that this king is safe. It's so hard to believe.
There's nothing in front of the king, and it's still.
I would be
safe.
so upset if this happened to me in the, let's say, blitz game, because this is easy to happen in a blitz game where you're like, oh, I give a check, another check, and then you run out of checks. How is this possible? How is this king able to be safe on D2?
I just remembered, was it your game against Maltevskaya? That some blitz game that something happened with the queen?
Oh yes, that's correct. Yeah.
What happened? I never understood what happened.
Really? Well, I was winning the whole game, but in the queen end game got very tricky, and I was not playing very well. Like I had 2 passed pawns, but unable to push or something. And then at some point, my king actually got stuck.
Yeah.
So she was able to repeat moves, but she missed it, or she thought she had a better move. She thought she was checkmating me. So she gave it check, like a checkmate. But she didn't realize that my last move was a king move.
Yeah.
I moved the king, and the queen, like it was discovery check with the king. So I moved the king. It was a check. She thought I am running into checkmate. So she gave a checkmate.
When she had a check.
Yes, but then I told her you're in check, and she realized this.
Oh my goodness.
So then she has to move the queen because she touched the queen, which is giving up the queen for free.
Yeah, so she resigned.
She resigned because she knew that, okay, might as well. Her position was losing already then, but she made this like sequence of moves thinking that she's going to checkmate me, I think. So yeah, I got really lucky there, kind of, that the game ended this way.
Wow.
Because it is possible to suddenly get checkmated even though in your winning position a queen end game. But she made a legal move basically, and I pointed out like, you're in check.
Yeah.
So then I called the arbiter because I thought, okay, let's figure it out with the arbiter. But she immediately realized what happened.
Yeah,
and
she resigned right away.
Yes.
What tournament was that?
It was the World Larapton Blitz actually here in Poland.
Really?
Yes.
In Warsaw?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the first round, and I was so happy to start with a win. It all went downhill from there, so I was really happy to have this. And it was recorded by Chessbase India, so that was fantastic.
Yeah. That's how I remember it.
That was a crazy situation.
Blitz is my favorite tournament.
Oh,
Always
it's
something
so
happens.
fun. It's so
and you have
fun.
been heavily involved with all the dramas, yeah?
Yes, it's
ANNA-MAJA at the World Draft Blitz is a drama already.
I try my best to be drama-free, but sometimes it's really difficult to avoid it. It was quite a journey for me, yes.
Crazy.
Well, it is what it is, but it is a very fun tournament.
Yeah, I
regardless.
love that tournament. And another year, another drama, jeans drama that everybody knows. It was like so awkward for me because like it was really cold. It was in January, and we had these two venues, you know, open tournament and the women's tournament. And I was wearing a lot of things and comfortable things to work there between these two buildings. And I just decided to dress, and I dressed jeans. You know, and people are like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Well, what?" Like jeans and the white shirt and the suit. Like I thought I looked classy. And they're like, after jeans drama, you were like wearing jeans. I was like, I'm not a player, and I just learned that it was a dress code for everyone.
Yes,
and I was like, what? I have a dress code? I really protested that dress code situation because I love jeans. I love jeans, and
you
I
can
think it's
style
super
it so
classy.
well. Yes, it's very possible to style it well.
Yeah. And
I think they made it for the organizers as well, because when this situation happened with me, a lot of people were pointing out, but the arbiters are wearing sneakers or, you know, sports shoes. So like, what is this? Like, why are only the players getting this these fines? So I think because they made a point there, then they were like, okay, everyone needs to wear this as well.
And there's another famous video as well when it was Armenian player, I guess.
Oh, yes.
Check if the trouser was a jeans or not, and he was like, it turned out it's not a jeans.
Yes, that was so hilarious.
That's my favorite thing.
Yeah, that was so amazing. I mean,
but in fact, in the defense of this situation, I also got one trousers which I thought it was a jeans, and then I read the description, what material. It's not jeans. It looks like jeans. I do have such trouser. It looks like a jeans, but it's not jeans. And in fact, after this incident, I went back to the shop and I was like, "Can you check is it a jeans or not?" And they said, "No, it's not a jeans." So I was thinking like, maybe once I can trick people.
Yeah, you can do this on purpose.
Yeah, on purpose to get the attention.
Oh, I like your way of thinking. This is how I should show up.
Yeah, this is how free is my brain. You have to think about these things.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. But fortunately, in this tournament, we haven't had any of this happening. So, yeah, as far as I know. No, here.
In this tournament, no.
No, we
have... Either we're too far from the actions, which we're not, but it's quite peaceful so far.
Yeah, I mean, the dress code is very flexible here in this tournament. Just don't show up in like flip-flops, shorts or something.
Oh yeah, they were talking about this at the beginning, like at the technical meeting about the dress code. Yeah, it's very standard. Don't have to worry too much about it if you just show up in the clothes that you see the players wear. It's perfectly fine. So yeah. It's very good. It's very good. It's very important to feel comfortable at the boards. Yeah, we just witnessed the draw offer and agreement. Gavrilescu against.
Actually, I think there was a resignation.
Resignation?
Yeah, Black resigned here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, somehow I thought it was two kings in this.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to see, right?
Yeah. Okay, so Gavrilescu is having a tough tournament. Donchenko has played in Goa World Cup last year pretty successfully. Was one of those German players who actually did a great job at the World Cup.
Yeah.
Vincent Keimer, Donchenko. There was a third German player as well.
Blue Baum,
yeah. pretty.
Yeah,
pretty
they were
nice.
doing amazing. And Donchenko has, he's had some, I mean, he had some draws that were, against lower players, maybe not preferable, but overall he has been playing really well this tournament. And with draws, you also get there, so it's not a bad
Slowly
thing.
getting there, yeah.
It's important to get those points. And he's now 7.5 points, so he's also fighting for those World Cup to come back to the World Cup.
Yeah. I was just looking at this game. Brunello and Korobov. Brunello had seconds on the clock, and
I just want to go back if... Okay, so it was this position.
2 bishops versus 2 knights.
Yeah, I mean, 2 bishops are just too strong because you can always decide, like at some point, do I take the knight or not? You can decide with either bishop.
It's much easier to make the trade decision.
Oh, and already here it went wrong. Wow. It's so difficult to play here. You already have to make concessions because you cannot pass the move, right? At some point you have to make
wish
a move.
sometimes you pass.
Sometimes you wish, but I think that's the problem here, that you cannot pass the move, and slowly white is making progress here and there. And here we see, the bishops are just dominating here. Oh, yeah, and now the pawn is lost.
Is this chess only sport that you wish sometimes is your opponent's move?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Like,
all the other
want to have
sports
the
are like
turn.
you need to be the first,
Yes.
fastest, and always the one who makes the, fastest decisions.
Yeah. Well, that was, after all, a smooth victory for Anton Korobov. This final part was very smooth. He made it look so easy to convert this. Tough loss for Sabino Brunello, but Anton Korobov back in the top 20 fighting for the World Cup qualification spot, so very good for him. Let's see.
The clock in the game of Ivanchuk and Simon is ticking. Black has pushed the pawn on a3, as we were just pointing out. So they just made the same moves, but rook goes on b5 and now wants to play rook a5.
Very clever. So I would say rook a8. Just to not allow rook to go to a5 that easily. But yeah, both players are so low on the clock already. I mean, they only made a few moves. Like, it's move 43 right now, and they already down to minutes, a few minutes on the clock. Yeah, this is worrisome.
It is. And the endgame is far from the standard endgame, right? We don't very often have this kind of structure. There was also one top game in progress. Was it on the... Or all the... Oh, okay. All the 5th boards have been finished, and now we have board 6 and 7.
Yes. And okay, a move was made. Yeah, rook f3 check is made here. You can give a counter check with knight e3.
Knight e3.
Yeah, that seems natural. Very difficult position here. Seaman with a minute on the clock.
Oh, do you know Simon is the player who, after winning the tournament, European Championship, I think he became European champion, when he went to his school, the whole school just greet him.
Oh.
And with the club, with the...
Oh, really?
This is a player, it went viral.
Oh,
it had millions of views. And it spread it.
Oh, really? That was him?
Yeah, it was him. Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. I didn't know it was also in Europe. You don't see this often.
Yeah. I think it was him. Let me just very quick check.
That's so amazing. It's so nice when there's recognition from outside of the chess world, because obviously, like, we chess players, we recognize the performances. We know how difficult it is, and we value those achievements so much. But people from outside of the chess world, they typically don't understand it, or they don't appreciate it as much as we do, simply because they don't know. But when we see that there's so much appreciation for those achievements in chess, it's amazing. It's such a fantastic feeling. So yeah, that's only good to see, because you don't see this often.
Yeah, it's on TikTok.
We had the social media expert next to me.
It's Facebook as well. Let's just try this one.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Oh wow.
You guys cannot see, but we can see, trust us. It's a whole school.
Wow.
I think he's shocked.
He looks so young.
Look how many kids.
Oh, that is
So
so
happy.
amazing. It was such a big surprise.
Oh, he's so happy.
Wow.
Big smile. This is so great.
It's
and
so
this
adorable.
video went viral. It was spread it all over Poland, of course.
Yes.
Also more people.
Oh, that's just amazing.
You're so
Like, where am I supposed to go? And everyone is clapping.
Oh my
Everyone is
goodness.
standing in the halls. Wow.
And he's with his bag, like the books in the bag. It's a
Yes.
normal day, and they just turn it into ordinary, like extraordinary day. And the cake.
Oh, they had a cake for him as well.
Scarf.
Oh, that's
So cute.
amazing. It's so nice to see when there's recognition from outside of the chess world. It's so good.
Yes, this is so nice. And this is now 2 years later, I think. 3
Yeah.
years later, he's playing against Ivanchuk, so not bad.
Not
he's
bad
doing
at
things,
all.
the right
He's
things.
on
Yeah?
the rise. Yeah, it's amazing to see. He's been doing so well. I believe he was doing really well against, was it Hovhannisyan?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
he
yes,
was winning that game,
yes.
but he didn't manage to, so that ended in a draw. And now he's doing really well against Ivanchuk. And he didn't want the draw against Ivanchuk.
We remember that.
Yes.
We remember that.
Rook takes f2 played. Tricky position. Yeah, once again, another tricky endgame that he has to deal with. Because against Hovhannisyan, it was also a very tricky endgame. It was a knight endgame. He was winning it, but there was this one moment that he still had to find an accurate move, and he didn't. And yeah, that's why chess is so tough, and you have to fight until the very end. It's not over until it's over. And as I said, the players are also low on time, which also can decide the result. Knight c2 now blocking the second rank for the rook. So a2 is not happening. Also, the pawn on a3 will be captured.
I can go something like rook to g2, and if you take on a3, then to recapture it back. Bishop a3.
All right, we can do this first, yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter because I
Yeah.
cannot take
Yeah.
off the check. Yeah. Yeah, and this is a draw. Because black has
Can
no
be a
more
really
pawns.
long game, though.
Yes.
Black will try to capture all the pawns, and it will be bishop and the rook versus rook.
Yeah. The game with the queens is still going on. Okay, rook g2 is played. Yeah. I'm just curious if Jakub is going to take on a3 or if he will play something else. I don't think he will take. He has other moves. He doesn't have to take the pawn. Maybe if he really wants to make a draw, but you don't want to make a draw with white. You don't want to fight for the draw. So I think he will just, let's say, return here to give a check. He does. Knight d4 check. Because after bishop takes d4, king takes d4, there's no way that black can win anymore because this pawn is either lost or the rook is stuck to defend the pawn.
If you play king b6, then you're gonna lose the bishop on c5.
Here.
Yeah, rook b5, rook c5.
Ah, you mean like that,
Yeah,
right? Yeah. Good spot. You're losing the bishop. Yep. Yeah, so you have to take.
Yeah, pretty much, I guess.
If king d5, you can still try to defend. d5.
Knight b3.
Knight b3, you have this check, right?
King c2.
I guess you can keep checking.
Hmm.
You still have this scary pawn. Oh,
What's happening?
takes.
Ah,
takes.
okay. Takes 6.
Yep. Rook takes g3. Now, the computer says this is dead draw, but I somehow don't believe it. I want to see it before I believe it. Because white still has 2 passed pawns. You cannot take the pawns that easily. This pawn, well, you might have to give up on this pawn at some point, because those pawns, white will move them forward. But yeah, you have to be careful here with black, I think.
Do you know what's the problem? The king on c6 is a problem for white. You cannot play king d5. If you play rook a6 now, then king b7. And your rook has no squares here. If rook a4, then I will win the rook. If rook a5, then I go back on c6. Right? And if you get this rook on the other side of the board, then rook, yeah, this we already had. And if you get the rook on the other side of the board, then I will push a2 somewhere. I'll be closer.
Yep, that's the problem. So instead, e6 was played. Yeah, makes sense. King d6, rook a6. And you have to go back.
No, this is a draw.
It is.
It's a draw.
It
Because
is,
then I
yeah.
push a2 and you have to capture.
Yeah.
Black will trade a2 to e6.
Yeah, and that's
then
that
the
draw.
king, yeah, it's the pawn.
Okay, this is played. King d6, rook a6, king e7, maybe king e5. Yep, king e5 on the board. So you still have this check.
Oh, still very tricky, actually. Still very tricky, yeah.
Okay, obviously check.
33 seconds for Simon. 1 minute 40 seconds for Ivanchuk.
Wow.
And Ivanchuk goes with rook e3.
Okay. In the meantime, Gumulars and Eisenberg made a draw. So that's a fair result. There is not much happening there anymore. King f5 played. Just another check. Yeah, the problem is you cannot hide with the king very easily.
Yeah.
And Jakub is realizing this indeed. And
Yeah,
I think he
he had some hopes until now, and now
Yep.
it's like
he's shaking his head. He knows that this game can only end in a draw now.
he might feel that, okay, 2 rounds in a row, I have better end game, I'm doing it good, and then in the end game something is going wrong.
Yeah. I think, was he also playing with white? I think he was. He was playing with white as well in that game. Yeah, he's had 2 whites
2
in a
whites,
row
yeah.
now. Yeah. Yeah, he's, I mean, after this game, if this game ends in a draw, he'll be on 7 points, which is not enough to qualify, right? And obviously he wants to fight for those qualification spots.
In the last round, yeah.
It's going to be very difficult in the last round. But yeah, he has played such a good tournament. His results are amazing. Drawing against those 2,600 rated players is fantastic. But is it enough? That's not clear just yet. King g5 is on the board. The problem is that white cannot make progress. You either keep giving checks or just you go back to e3 to capture the pawn e6, and with the h-pawn it's impossible to win that endgame. It will be very easy for black to defend. So rook e3 is a logical move.
Yeah, he'll go for it.
No, he gives a check. Okay. It will lead to the same thing probably, because if you play king f4, there is rook h3, king g4, rook e3. It all leads to the same.
And if you get king to g6 or h6, then there's rook e3, rook e6 sneaky move. You can actually just lose the game as well.
Yes. Let's say here, I just put it on the board,
Yeah.
king g6, let's say, is
Yeah.
losing because of rook takes e6 check.
Yeah.
And then it is black who promotes first. So that's why. Rook g3 check. King f4. Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook g6 is losing, which makes sense because it allows king f5.
And you don't have proper move there. Because then rook gets on a7 check, and that's dangerous territory.
Yeah.
So rook h3.
Yeah. Rook h3 works. A lot of moves work still.
Rook g2 also can work.
Yeah.
Trading the
Trading the pawns.
Yeah, and the king is close.
Rook h3 on the board. Yeah, what will white play here? Yeah. What do you do? Jakob was like, what can I
Yeah.
still do?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
can
going
I
to
do?
end in a draw no matter what I do.
But it's good that he played,
h5.
as he was always the one who was attacking, and Ivanchuk was the one who had to save the game.
Mm-hmm. He has given up on trying. He's accepting the draw essentially.
Yeah.
Rook takes h5, rook takes a3. And the players should accept the draw very soon.
Let's see their draw first.
Yes. Yeah. I love this. It's when the players just look at each other and it's like...
No, you don't need communication. You,
yes,
yeah, you know
you
what's
just
happening.
nod towards each other and that's it.
Yeah.
Wow. Still very nice
Okay.
result for Jakub Seeman. I'm sure he really wanted something more out of this game. He already declined the repetition early on, which indicated that he wants to fight for more. And yeah, this game ends in a draw. And we would love to see Jakub still fight for more in the last round of the tournament.
Yeah, I like how Ivanchuk just casually left the board without setting up the pieces, and now he remembers it and gets back. Oh wait, I have to sign.
Yeah, he loves watching other people's games. He's such a passionate chess player, and it's so amazing to see. Here we see Jakub Seeman getting up from the board once again, barely missing out on the win. Well, today was not that obvious, but in the last round it was much bigger of an advantage. Today he was still doing well, but yeah, it was really difficult.
Yeah, I'm always very impressed how men don't wear a coat in this cold days. Just sweater and that's it.
Just a
Let's go
shirt.
home.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I always take my coat with me.
Oh, yeah.
And I see all the players, like most of them, they are not taking a coat with them. They are just in their sweater. And I'm thinking, okay, right now it's in the afternoon, it's warm.
Yeah.
But in a couple
gonna
of
get
hours,
cold,
it's
yeah.
getting cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, but earlier today it was very warm in Poland.
Such a perfect day.
Yes.
Yeah, I
it
wanted
was-
1 more hour, to be
Yes.
under the sun.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So where we have another game, board 7. This game was we left off around here where it was really exciting. King d2 was played indeed. F5.
Oh, wow.
So all of this was played. Wow, GT6 7. Oh my goodness.
What?
This was all on the board.
Oh, what is happening?
And this queen endgame is completely winning because
He's completely winning. But I think black has survived. Black just did a magic here to survive in that position.
yeah, it felt like there should have been something more crushing. But no, I guess this is...
It's gonna be long game, but white
Think
will still
so.
convert it. This is how the queen end games are. Just
Yeah, this pawn on d5 is too strong. Black's pawns are so weak. Yeah, this is not
we can
looking
just
good.
keep the eye on this one for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Let's see how it's gonna go, but we can actually just assume that white is very comfortable. Black has 32 seconds on the clock. Last move that black made was on 2 seconds. Why not?
Playing with fire. But okay, he's in a bad position already. When you're in a losing position and your opponent is already quite low, like you're already low on time, not your opponent, yourself, you're low on time, it feels like you're just making the moves because you have to, but you know you're going to lose. Like bad position, bad clock situation, it's really tough. I believe he played... okay, the players are making the moves quite quickly, so we will see them updated on our board very soon. But white is looking really good here. With the passed pawn, black has a lot of weak pawns, and at some point the position will collapse, so this game might be over soon, actually. I see it.
Yeah, I also have that kind of feeling.
They're playing really quickly.
Queen e7, queen e6 trades the queens now.
Yeah, I believe
Not queen
this is
e5,
on
yeah.
the board.
Queen e6.
Wow. He played it so quickly. It's just
Yeah.
he just knows that this endgame is completely winning after the queen
He's
trade.
already thinking about his dinner, I'm sure about that.
Oh, and resignation.
Yes.
Yes. Wow, very nice win for Mohamed Muradli. As we tuned in, that's when the mistake happened in this game. But it was such a difficult position for Nikita Meshkov. So very tough game for him. But yeah, great result for Muradli. Very well done.
Indeed, and now he's joining the leaders. Let's take a look once again what has happened on the top boards. We had on the first board a draw. They played it out. It was not the repetition or draw offer. The second game, Suleymanli now joins Abasov and David Anton leading the tournament, as well as Detiarov, who beat Maxim Lagarde. The third board and the fourth board was draw played between Gurel Ediz and Dudin Glap and Kacharava Nichols and Martirosyan Haik. And another board draw we have here Gulmulash against Eisenberg. And now we have Muradli also joining them to lead. So those are the names that very likely we're gonna have them qualified to the World Cup. But still, the last round, important round ahead of us tomorrow, and we might have on top of these players also a few more players, few more names going to the World Cup next year.
Very exciting.
Which will be very exciting. So I think we can summarize the day today as all the top boards have been finished, and we'll see each other tomorrow for the finals. I can't believe that this tournament is ending.
It is actually ending.
Yeah.
Time flew by so fast, and it's been 10 rounds already. It feels like we started yesterday, but now the top players are standing out in the standings. We have 3 players now with 8 points out of 10. These players are guaranteed for the World Cup qualification, but obviously they're fighting for more. They want to win the European Championship title, and yeah, there's so much at stake. So tomorrow's round is going to be same time, same place, 3 p.m. local time, and it's going to be so exciting, KETI. I cannot wait for tomorrow's round.
I can't wait too, and I'll be joining you too for this.
Very
It will be
exciting.
3 of us rotating, because I think everybody wants to be here to see the games. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you, ANNA-MAJA, for a lovely company, or maybe I was your company here. I think
Both
it was
ways,
the other way.
both ways.
Yes. So yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.